Welcome back to Bible Stories for Sleep, where ancient narratives meet modern rest. I'm so glad you're here tonight. Whether this is your first time joining us or you've been listening for a while, thank you for choosing to spend this time exploring the depths of biblical history. Tonight's journey is going to be different from anything you've imagined before. We're going to step into a world of unimaginable hardship, a place where survival itself was a daily miracle. Get comfortable wherever you are right now. Adjust your pillow. Pull your blanket a little closer. Let your body sink into whatever surface is supporting you. Take a deep breath in through your nose, hold it for just a moment, and release it slowly through your mouth. Feel the tension beginning to leave your shoulders, your jaw, your forehead. This is your time. The world outside can wait. For the next few hours, you're going to travel back more than 3,000 years to ancient Egypt, but you're going to do it safely from the comfort of wherever you're resting right now. Have you ever wondered what it was really like to be a Hebrew slave in Egypt? Not the Hollywood version with dramatic music and perfectly tanned actors. Not the sanitized Sunday school story with felt board figures. The actual, visceral, day-to-day reality of life under Pharaoh's brutal regime. The truth is, you wouldn't last a day. Neither would I. Most of us wouldn't make it past the first morning. And tonight I'm going to show you exactly why. Picture this. The sun hasn't even risen yet, but you're already awake. Not because you want to be, but because a sharp voice is shouting outside your dwelling, and you know what happens if you don't respond immediately. Your body aches from yesterday's labor. Your hands are covered in cracked, bleeding blisters. Your back feels like it might break if you stand up too quickly. You're so hungry that your stomach has stopped growling and started cramping instead. The air is thick with dust and the smell of sweat and smoke. And this is just the beginning of your day. This is every day. This is your life now with no end in sight. You probably never realized just how specific and brutal the slavery system was in ancient Egypt. You might not know about the quota systems, the lack of medical care, the starvation rations, or the constant threat of violence. You definitely don't know what it felt like to make bricks in 110-degree heat for 14 hours straight, knowing that if you failed to meet your quota, you and your family would suffer the consequences. But tonight, you're going to find out. We're going to walk through a single day, from dawn to darkness, experiencing every detail of what life was actually like. And here's what makes this even more powerful. This isn't fiction. This isn't exaggeration. Everything we're going to explore tonight is based on historical evidence, archaeological discoveries, and the biblical text itself. The Hebrews really were enslaved in Egypt. They really did make bricks without straw. They really did suffer under taskmasters' whips. They really did watch their baby boys being murdered by Pharaoh's decree. This happened to real people, to families just like yours, to children who never got the chance to grow up. So tonight, we're going to honor their memory by understanding their reality. We're going to step into their sandals, feel the sun they felt, taste the meager food they ate, and experience the fear that never left them. And then, at the end, we're going to explore 3 additional stories that connect to this experience. Stories about the midwives who defied genocide, about the Egyptian taskmasters who enforced these horrors, and about the night Moses was born into this nightmare. Each story will give us a different perspective on this dark chapter of history. If you need to drift off to sleep at any point, please do. That's exactly what this is for. Let my voice be a gentle companion as your mind wanders and your body relaxes into rest. You don't need to stay awake for every word. In fact, some of the best listening happens right at that edge between waking and sleeping, where your conscious mind steps back and lets the story wash over you like waves on a shore. So close your eyes now, if you haven't already. Breathe slowly and steadily, and let's begin our journey back to ancient Egypt, to a time when an entire people cried out for deliverance, not knowing that God was already preparing their rescue. Are you ready? Then let's step into the darkness before dawn in the land of Goshen, into a world where you wouldn't last a day. You wake to shouting, not the gentle sound of birds or the soft glow of sunrise filtering through curtains. No, you wake because an Egyptian overseer is moving through the Hebrew quarter, banging on doors with his staff, yelling commands in a language that still sounds harsh to your ears, even after years of hearing it. The sky outside is still dark, that deep purple-black that comes just before dawn. Your body knows it's too early. Every muscle protests as you try to sit up on the thin straw mat that serves as your bed. This is how every day begins. 4:30 in the morning, maybe earlier depending on the season and the overseer's mood. There are no weekends. There are no holidays, at least none that you're allowed to observe. There's only work, day after day, week after week, year after year, stretching back as far as you can remember and forward as far as you can imagine. Your grandfather was a slave. Your father was a slave. You are a slave. Your children, sleeping on the mat beside you, will be slaves too, unless something changes. But what could possibly change? The dwelling you sleep in is barely worthy of the name. It's a single room made of mud bricks, the same bricks you spend your days making for Pharaoh's building projects. The irony is not lost on you. You build grand structures for the Egyptians while your own family lives in a space no larger than a modern bedroom. The ceiling is low, just high enough that you can stand without hitting your head if you're careful. Here are no windows, only a small opening near the roof that lets out smoke from the cooking fire and lets in a little light during the day. The floor is packed earth, smooth from years of feet walking over it, but still dirt nonetheless. You share this space with your wife, your 3 children, and sometimes your elderly mother when she's too sick to stay in her own dwelling. That's 7 people in a room roughly 12 feet by 12 feet. There's no privacy. There's no personal space. When one person coughs at night, everyone wakes up. When the baby cries, which happens often because he's always hungry, no one sleeps. You can smell the bodies of your family members. That particular scent of unwashed skin and old sweat that you've become so accustomed to that you barely notice it anymore. But it's there, mixing with the smell of smoke and the faint mustiness of straw that never quite dries out completely. Your sleeping mat is a thin layer of woven reeds covered with whatever scraps of cloth you've been able to gather over the years. Underneath it, you've placed a slightly thicker layer of straw to provide some cushioning against the hard ground, but it doesn't help much. Your hip bones ache from pressing against the earth all night. Your shoulder, the one you always sleep on, has a permanent soreness that never quite goes away. You've watched your father develop the same problem, and his father before him. This is what happens when you sleep on the ground for decades. You sit up slowly, trying not to wake your wife, though you know she's probably already awake. She always wakes when the shouting starts, her body tensing with the same fear that tenses yours. What if today is the day they come for your sons? The decree is still in effect, the one that says Hebrew boys should be killed. You've managed to keep your sons safe so far, but the fear never leaves. It sits in your chest like a stone, heavy and cold, from the moment you wake until the moment you fall into exhausted sleep. The air in the room is stale and warm, even at this early hour. Egypt is hot, hotter than anywhere you can imagine, and the heat never really leaves, even at night. By midday, this room will be like an oven, which is why no one stays here during the day if they can help it. But right now, in these moments before dawn, there's almost a chill in the air, and you know that once you step outside into the pre-dawn darkness, you'll wish you had more than the thin, rough tunic you sleep in. You reach for the spare tunic hanging on a peg driven into the mud brick wall. It's made of coarse linen, the cheapest kind, the kind that Egyptians would never wear against their skin. It's scratchy and rough, and in some places it's been patched so many times that it's hard to tell what's original fabric and what's been added. But it's what you have, so you pull it over your head, feeling the fabric scrape against your sunburned shoulders. Your hands, even in the darkness, find the rope belt that cinches the tunic at your waist. You tie it quickly, a motion you've done thousands of times. Your feet are bare. You own no sandals. Most slaves don't. The Egyptians wear sandals made of papyrus or leather, and you've spent many hours watching Egyptian feet walk past you, noticing the way their soles stay clean and protected while yours are cracked and calloused and perpetually dirty. Your feet are so tough now that you barely feel the hot sand anymore, but you remember when you were younger, when every step was agony. Your children are going through that now, and there's nothing you can do to help them. There are no shoes to buy. There is no money to buy them with. There is only the daily reality of bare feet on burning sand. Outside, the shouting continues. You hear other families stirring, the soft sounds of people moving in the darkness, whispered conversations, a child crying somewhere nearby. The Hebrew quarter is waking up, not because it wants to, but because it has no choice. You step toward the doorway, just a rectangular opening covered with a piece of worn cloth that serves as a door. Before you push it aside, you look back at your family. Your wife is sitting up now, already reaching for the baby. Your two older sons are still sleeping, their small bodies curled together for warmth. Your mother is coughing softly in the corner, that wet, rattling cough that's been getting worse for weeks. You want to say something to them. You want to tell your wife that it will be okay, that you'll come home tonight, that you'll bring food. But you've learned not to make promises you can't keep. So instead, you just look at them for one more moment, memorizing their faces in the dim light, and then you push aside the cloth and step out into the darkness. The air outside is cooler than inside, and it hits your face like a gentle slap, waking you up more fully. The sky is beginning to lighten at the edges, that first hint of gray that means sunrise is maybe 30 minutes away. But you don't have 30 minutes. You need to be at the brick pits before the sun rises, or you'll face punishment. So you start walking, joining the stream of other Hebrew men, emerging from their dwellings, all moving in the same direction, all silent or nearly so. The smell of smoke is everywhere. Families are trying to prepare quick breakfasts over small fires, burning dried dung, or whatever scraps of wood they can find. You catch the scent of bread baking, and your stomach clenches with hunger. Your family has a small piece of bread, maybe enough for your wife and children to share, but there's nothing for you. You'll eat later, if there's time, if the overseers allow it. Maybe a handful of grain, maybe an onion, maybe nothing at all. You've learned to function on almost no food, your body burning through its own reserves, getting thinner and weaker with each passing month. As you walk through the Hebrew quarter, you pass dwellings just like yours. Dozens of them, hundreds of them, all packed together in this section of Goshen that's been designated for the Hebrew slaves. It's not quite a city, not quite a village, more like a massive labor camp. There are no paved streets, just dirt paths worn smooth by thousands of feet. There are no markets, no shops, no public buildings except for the occasional storage area where tools are kept. This is not a place for living. This is a place for surviving, barely. You see faces you recognize. Men you've worked beside for years. Some of them nod at you. Most are too tired or too afraid to acknowledge anyone. The Egyptian overseers are already moving through the crowd, their whips coiled at their sides, their faces hard and unsympathetic. They bark orders in Egyptian, and even though you don't understand every word, you understand the tone. Hurry up, move faster, get to work. Your life means nothing. You are nothing but a tool, a beast of burden, a resource to be used up and discarded. The walk to the brick pits takes about 15 minutes at a quick pace. You pass the edge of the Hebrew quarter and enter the area where the Egyptians live. The difference is stark and immediate. Their homes are larger, made of better bricks, with real doors and windows. Some even have gardens, small plots of green growing things that look impossibly lush in this desert climate. You can smell bread baking here too, but it's different bread, better bread, the kind made with fine flour and honey. Your mouth waters, but you don't slow down. You don't dare look too long at what you can't have. The sun is just beginning to break the horizon when you arrive at the brick pits. The sky is turning from gray to pink to gold, and in any other circumstance it might be beautiful. But you're not here to appreciate sunrises. You're here to make bricks. 1,000 bricks. That's your quota. 1,000 bricks shaped by your hands, dried in the sun, and delivered to the counting station before the day ends. If you fail, if you come up short by even one brick, there will be consequences. Maybe you'll be beaten. Maybe your rations will be cut. Maybe they'll go to your home and punish your family instead. You've seen it happen to others. You know it could happen to you. The taskmaster is already there, an Egyptian man whose name you don't know and don't want to know. He's standing on a small rise, his silhouette dark against the brightening sky, and in his hand is a whip. Not a small whip, not a symbolic one. A real whip made of leather, capable of tearing skin, capable of breaking bones if used with enough force. You've felt it before. Every slave has. The memory of that pain is enough to make you move faster, to keep your head down, to do exactly what you're told without question or complaint. This is your morning. This is how every day starts. And the day has only just begun. The brick pits stretch out before you like a vision of hell. Vast rectangular excavations dug into the earth, filled with mud that's been mixed with water from the Nile, creating a thick, heavy clay that clings to everything it touches. The pits are surrounded by piles of straw, though lately those piles have been getting smaller and smaller. There are wooden frames stacked in rows, thousands of them, each one the exact size and shape that a brick needs to be. And everywhere, covering every surface, is a fine layer of dust that gets into your nose, your mouth, your eyes, your lungs. You take your place among the other slaves, finding the spot you've worked in for the past 3 years. It's not assigned to you officially, but everyone knows that this is your section, just like they know their own sections. The taskmaster doesn't care where you work as long as you meet your quota. So you stay in the same place day after day, because at least here you know the rhythm. You know the best spot to draw mud from. You know which wooden frames are slightly warped, and which ones will give you a clean release. The process of making bricks is simple in theory, but backbreaking in practice. First, you need straw. You walk to the straw pile, which is now quite far from your work area because the supply has been dwindling. Pharaoh's latest decree said that slaves must gather their own straw, that it will no longer be provided. So now, before you can even start making bricks, you have to spend precious time and energy walking to the fields to gather stubble left over from the harvest. It's still dark enough that you can barely see, but you know the way. You've walked it hundreds of times. The stubble in the fields is dry and sharp, and as you bend down to gather it, the ends poke into your palms and fingers. You have no gloves, you have no tools, except your bare hands. So you grab handfuls of the dried stalks, feeling them cut into your already damaged skin, and you bundle them under your arm. You need enough straw for a full day of brick making, which means you need a lot. Your arms ache by the time you've gathered what you need, and you haven't even started the actual work yet. Walking back to the brick pits with your bundle of straw, you're already sweating. The sun is climbing higher now, and even though it's early morning, the temperature is rising fast. Egypt is not like other places. The heat here is relentless, dry, and intense, the kind of heat that sucks the moisture from your body and leaves you dizzy and weak. By midday, it will be well over 100 degrees. By afternoon, it might reach 115. And you'll be working through all of it, bending and lifting and carrying, with no shade and very little water. You drop your bundle of straw near your work area and walk to the mud pit. The mud is thick and heavy, the consistency of wet cement, and it smells like the Nile, that distinctive scent of river water and silt and vegetation. You step into the pit, feeling the mud squelch between your toes, rising up past your ankles. It's still slightly cool from the night, but you know that won't last. Soon the sun will heat everything, turning the mud into something that burns your skin on contact. The mixing is the first real labor of the day. You bend down and scoop mud with your hands, lifting it and dropping it, lifting and dropping over and over, to make sure it's the right consistency. Too wet and the bricks won't hold their shape. Too dry and they'll crack as they dry. You've learned through painful experience exactly what the mud should feel like, how it should move through your fingers, how much resistance it should offer when you squeeze it. This knowledge has been beaten into you, sometimes literally. Once the mud feels right, you start adding straw. You take handfuls from your bundle and mix them in, working the straw through the mud with your hands and feet. The straw serves a crucial purpose. It binds the mud together, preventing cracks as the brick dries. It also makes the brick lighter and provides tiny air pockets that actually make the brick stronger. Without straw, the bricks are inferior, more likely to crumble, less useful for building. But Pharaoh doesn't care about that. He just wants his quota met, regardless of quality. Your hands are completely covered in mud now, caked up past your wrists, and your feet are sinking deeper into the pit with each step. The physical sensation is oddly numbing. At first, when you were new to this work, the feeling of mud everywhere bothered you intensely. Now you barely notice. Your body has learned to ignore discomfort because there's no alternative. Discomfort is constant. Pain is constant. If you stop to acknowledge every unpleasant sensation, you'd go mad. When the mud and straw are mixed properly, you begin the molding process. You carry handfuls of the mixture to your wooden frames, which are laid out on the ground in neat rows. Each frame is open on the top and bottom, just 4 wooden sides held together at the corners. You pack the mud mixture into the frame, pressing it down firmly with your hands, making sure there are no air pockets, making sure the mixture fills every corner. Then you use a flat piece of wood to scrape across the top, leveling it off, creating a smooth surface. This is where the real skill comes in. You have to pack the mud tightly enough that the brick will hold together when you lift the frame, but not so tightly that it sticks to the wood. You have to judge the moisture content perfectly. Too much water and the brick will slump when the frame is removed. Too little and it won't pack properly in the first place. Every brick is a small test of your expertise, and failure means wasted time, wasted materials, and the risk of not meeting your quota. Once the frame is packed, you lift it straight up in one smooth motion. If you've done it right, the brick holds its shape, sitting there on the ground, a perfect rectangle of mud and straw. If you've done it wrong, it collapses into a sad pile, and you have to scoop it up and start over. In your early days, you failed often. Now you rarely do. Your hands know the work without your mind having to direct them. It's become automatic, a rhythm your body follows without conscious thought. You set the wooden frame down next to the fresh brick and immediately pack it with mud again. There's no time to rest. No time to admire your work. You need 1,000 bricks today, which means you need to average about 1 brick every minute for the next 14 hours, accounting for breaks that may or may not be allowed. It's mathematically brutal. Every moment wasted is a moment you'll have to make up later, working faster, pushing harder, driving your body past what seems possible. The sun is higher now, and the heat is becoming oppressive. Sweat runs down your face, mixing with the mud on your hands, creating streaks of dirty moisture that drip from your chin. Your tunic is already soaked through, clinging to your back and chest. The parts of your skin that are exposed to the sun, your arms and face and neck, are starting to burn. You're already dark from years of working outside, but the sun here doesn't care. It burns everyone, and there's no sunscreen, no hat, no protection of any kind. Around you, other slaves are doing the same work. Some are faster than you, their hands moving in a blur as they pack frame after frame. Some are slower, struggling with the mud, their movements clumsy and inefficient. You know which ones will be beaten today. The taskmasters know too. They're already watching, already marking in their minds who's falling behind. You keep your head down and work faster. You don't want to be noticed. Being noticed is never good. The quota system is designed to be nearly impossible. 1,000 bricks per day sounds almost reasonable until you actually try to do it. Until you factor in the time spent gathering straw, the time spent mixing mud, the time spent carrying water, the time spent moving finished bricks to the drying area. Until you factor in the heat and the exhaustion, and the lack of food. The quotas were set by men who had never made a brick in their lives, men who sit in cool rooms and calculate numbers on papyrus, men who see slaves as nothing more than production units. And the worst part is that the quota is the same whether you have straw or not. When Pharaoh decreed that straw would no longer be provided, he didn't reduce the number of bricks required. He just made the work harder. Now you have to gather straw and make 1,000 bricks in the same amount of time that you used to just make bricks. It's impossible. Everyone knows it's impossible. But if you don't do it, you're punished. So you try anyway, pushing your body to limits that would horrify anyone watching from outside this system. You're on your 30th brick when you hear the first scream. Someone has collapsed, overcome by heat or exhaustion or both. You don't look up. You can't afford to. The taskmasters will deal with it, which usually means dragging the person to the side and leaving them there until they either recover or die. You've seen both outcomes. Right now, all you can do is keep working, keep your own body moving, keep making bricks. Your survival depends on it. The mud is getting warmer now as the sun beats down on the pits. What was cool and almost pleasant an hour ago is now uncomfortably hot, like thick soup that's been sitting on a fire. When you step into it, it feels like it's burning your feet, though you know that's just the temperature contrast between the air and the mud. Still, it's one more discomfort to add to the growing list. Your back aches from bending. Your arms ache from lifting. Your hands are raw and bleeding in places where the wooden frames have scraped them. The wooden frames themselves are rough and splintery, made by Egyptian craftsmen who didn't bother to smooth them because they knew slaves would be the only ones handling them. You've pulled dozens of splinters from your palms over the years, digging them out with your fingernails, or sometimes just leaving them to work their way out on their own. Your hands are scarred and calloused, the hands of someone who's done hard labor for so long that they barely look human anymore. You remember when your hands were smooth? You were a child then. That feels like a different lifetime. By mid-morning, you've made about 200 bricks. They're laid out in rows behind you, drying in the sun, and with each one you feel a tiny sense of accomplishment, mixed with dread. 200 down, 800 to go. The math is always in your head, always calculating, always measuring your progress against the impossible standard. You're actually doing well today, moving at a good pace, but you know that the afternoon will be harder. The afternoon is always harder because by then you'll have been working for 8 or 9 hours with minimal food and water, and your body will be close to giving out. You hear the taskmaster shouting at someone, his voice harsh and angry. You hear the crack of the whip and a cry of pain. You don't look. You just work faster, your hands moving in that practiced rhythm, mud and straw, pack and lift, mud and straw, pack and lift. This is your life. This is what you do. And tomorrow you'll do it again, and the day after that, and the day after that, stretching forward into a future you try not to think about because thinking about it makes the despair too heavy to bear. The bricks you're making today will be used to build something grand. Maybe a temple, maybe a palace, maybe a monument to Pharaoh's glory. Somewhere, architects are drawing plans. Somewhere, Egyptian workers are laying bricks that slaves like you have made, creating structures that will last thousands of years. Those structures will be marveled at by future generations who will never know about the suffering that went into making them. They'll never know about your bleeding hands or your aching back, or the way you cried yourself to sleep at night when you thought about your children growing up into this same hell. But right now, in this moment, all that matters is the next brick. So you bend down, scoop up another handful of mud, and keep working. By 11 in the morning, the sun has become something alive and malicious. It's not just heat anymore. It's a physical weight pressing down on your head and shoulders, making it hard to breathe, hard to think, hard to do anything except keep moving through sheer force of will. The temperature has climbed past 105 degrees, and it's still rising. There are no clouds in the sky. There is never any relief. Your body is in a constant state of crisis now. Sweat pours from every part of you, soaking through your tunic completely, dripping from your hair, running into your eyes and making them sting. But the sweat isn't cooling you down anymore. The air is so hot and dry that the moisture evaporates almost instantly, leaving behind only salt crystals on your skin. You can taste the salt when you lick your lips. You can feel it in the corners of your eyes, gritty and uncomfortable. The mud in the pits has changed consistency again. What was merely warm this morning is now genuinely hot, almost too hot to touch. When you step into it, it feels like stepping into bath water that's been heated too much. The sensation makes you want to pull your feet out immediately, but you can't. You have to stand in it, work in it, pack it into frames even though your hands recoil from the temperature. Some of the other slaves have blisters forming on their palms from the hot mud. You probably do too, though you've stopped checking. What would be the point? Your head is pounding with the beginning of what you recognize as heat exhaustion. There's a pressure behind your eyes, a throbbing that pulses in time with your heartbeat. Your vision is starting to blur at the edges, and occasionally you see small dark spots floating across your field of view. These are warning signs, your body trying to tell you that it's reaching its limits, but there's nothing you can do about it. You can't stop working. You can't seek shade. You can't rest. The only option is to push through and hope you don't collapse. Water is the obsession that occupies every thought. You're desperately thirsty, your throat so dry it feels like you've swallowed sand. Your tongue is thick and swollen in your mouth, and when you try to swallow, there's nothing to swallow. You haven't had water since before dawn, just a few sips from the communal jar that sits in your dwelling. That was 7 hours ago. 7 hours of hard physical labor in extreme heat with no hydration. There is water here at the work site, but it's not for you, not officially. The Egyptians have large clay jars filled with water drawn from the Nile. Cool water that sits in the shade of a small shelter. You've watched the taskmasters drink from those jars, watched them pour the water over their heads to cool themselves, watched them use it casually, wastefully, while slaves work 100 feet away dying of thirst. Sometimes, if you're very lucky, if a taskmaster is in a good mood or if he needs you to work faster, he might allow you a few sips, but it's not a right. It's a privilege that can be granted or withheld on a whim. You've learned to steal water when you can. Everyone has. When the taskmasters aren't looking, when they're distracted by something else, you make a quick detour to the water jars and gulp down as much as you can in the 3 or 4 seconds before someone notices. It's risky. You've seen slaves beaten for it. But the alternative is worse. The alternative is collapsing from dehydration, and then you definitely won't make your quota, and the punishment for that is far worse than a few strikes from a whip. Around midday, One of the Hebrew foremen manages to convince a taskmaster to allow a brief water break. The foreman is a man named Pithom, someone you've known for years, and he's in an impossible position. He's Hebrew like you, but he's been appointed by the Egyptians to supervise other slaves, which means he has to be cruel enough to satisfy the taskmasters while still being compassionate enough that his own people don't hate him completely. It's a balance that no one can maintain successfully, and Dathan is slowly being destroyed by the contradiction. When the call comes that water is allowed, you don't run. Running would show desperation, and desperation makes the taskmasters laugh and sometimes change their minds just to watch you suffer. So you walk, quickly but with dignity, joining the line of slaves moving toward the water jars. The line is long and the break will be short, maybe 5 minutes total, so you calculate how much time you're losing and whether the water is worth it. The answer is always yes. Without water, you'll die. It's that simple. When you finally reach the jar, you dip the shared cup into the water and bring it to your lips. The water is warm, almost body temperature, and it tastes slightly muddy because it came from the Nile and was never filtered. But it's water, it's life. You drink the first cup too fast, your body screaming for more, and then you force yourself to drink the second cup slowly, letting the water actually reach your stomach instead of just cooling your mouth and throat. 2 cups, that's all you get. 2 cups to sustain you through the rest of this hellish day. As you turn away from the water jar, you see him. An old man, probably 60 years old, which is ancient for a slave. He's sitting on the ground about 50 feet from the brick pits, slumped against a pile of dried bricks. His eyes are closed, and his skin looks gray, like all the life has drained out of him. You know what's happening. You've seen it before. He's dying. Heat stroke or heart failure or just the accumulated exhaustion of too many years of impossible labor, and no one is helping him. The taskmasters have noticed. You can tell by the way they're deliberately not looking in his direction, but they don't care. One less slave to supervise, one less mouth to feed. They'll drag his body away later. You want to go to him. You want to offer him water, want to sit with him so he doesn't die alone. But you can't. The water break is over. The taskmaster is already shouting for everyone to get back to work. And if you disobey, if you show compassion, you'll be beaten, and you still won't be able to help. So you turn away from the old man and walk back to your work area, and you hate yourself for it, even though you know there's no other choice. This is what slavery does. It doesn't just kill bodies. It kills the part of you that makes you human. Back at the brick pits, your muscles are screaming in protest. Your back feels like someone has driven knives into your spine, one on each side of your lower vertebrae. Every time you bend down to scoop mud, the pain shoots through you so sharply that you gasp. You've learned not to cry out because crying out attracts attention, and attention from the taskmasters is never good. So you just breathe through the pain, short, sharp breaths, and keep moving. Your hands are in terrible shape now. The combination of hot mud, rough wooden frames, and sharp straw has destroyed them. There are cuts across your palms, some shallow, some deep enough that they're bleeding. The salt from your sweat gets into the cuts and burns. The mud gets into them and probably causes infection, though you won't know that for sure until tomorrow when they start to swell and ooze. You've had infected wounds before. Everyone has. There's no medical care for slaves. so you just wrap them in scraps of cloth and hope they heal on their own. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they don't. The afternoon heat continues to build. By 1 o'clock, it might be 110 degrees. By 2 o'clock, 115. The air shimmers and wavers, making distant objects look like they're underwater. The horizon disappears into a haze of heat and dust. Even the Egyptians are suffering now. You can see it in the way they move more slowly and the way they seek any tiny scrap of shade. But they have the option to suffer less. You don't. You're making bricks on autopilot now, your conscious mind retreating to somewhere deep inside where the pain and heat and exhaustion can't quite reach. Your body knows what to do without being told. Scoop, pack, lift, smooth, release. Scoop, pack, lift, smooth, release. The rhythm is everything. If you break the rhythm, if you stop to think about what you're doing, you'll realize how impossible it is, and you'll give up. So you don't think, you just move. Someone near you starts to cry, not loud sobbing, just quiet tears streaming down his face as he works. He's young, maybe 17 or 18, and he hasn't learned yet how to shut off his emotions during work hours. You remember being like that. You remember the first time you cried while making bricks, overcome by the unfairness of it all, the hopelessness, the grinding realization that this was your life now and forever. Someone older told you then what you want to tell this young man now. Save your tears for night. Crying during the day just makes the taskmasters angry, but you don't say anything. Everyone has to learn these lessons on their own. The sun is directly overhead now, offering no shadows, no relief. Every surface is blazing hot. The ground burns your feet. The mud burns your hands. Even the air you breathe feels hot in your lungs, like you're inhaling fire. Your body temperature is rising. You can feel it. That dangerous internal heat that means your cooling system is failing. You're dizzy. The ground tilts and sways beneath you. You reach out to steady yourself against a pile of bricks and nearly fall anyway. Another slave, a man you recognize but don't know well, puts a hand on your shoulder, just for a moment, just long enough to help you regain your balance. He doesn't say anything. Neither do you. But the gesture means everything. It means you're not alone. It means someone saw you struggling and cared enough to help, even at risk to himself. These small moments of solidarity are what keep you going. They're the tiny sparks of humanity that the Egyptians haven't managed to extinguish no matter how hard they try. You straighten up and go back to work. The dizziness is still there, but you're not going to fall. Not today. You've made it through worse days than this. You'll make it through this one, too. You have to. Your family is depending on the bread ration you'll receive at the end of the day if you meet your quota. If you collapse, if you fail, they go hungry. That thought is more powerful than any amount of pain or heat. You will not let your children starve. By 3 o'clock, the heat has peaked. This is the worst it will be today. In a few more hours, the sun will start to descend and the temperature will drop, maybe down to a merely unbearable 95 or 100 degrees. But right now, in this moment, you're in the deepest part of the furnace. You're on brick number 612. You know, because you've been counting, because the count is the only thing that keeps you motivated. 388 more to go. You can do this. You have to do this. The taskmaster walks past your section and you feel your whole body tense. He's looking for reasons to use his whip. looking for someone who's falling behind, someone who's not working hard enough. His shadow falls across you for just a moment, blessedly cool, and then he moves on. You've been spared, for now. You let out a breath you didn't know you were holding and reach for another handful of mud. The old man is still sitting against the brick pile. He hasn't moved in over an hour. You know he's dead now, though no one has officially acknowledged it. Eventually someone will drag his body away, probably after work is done for the day. There will be no funeral, no ceremony, no mourning period. Just one more Hebrew slave gone, and tomorrow someone else will be assigned to meet his quota in addition to their own. This is the reality you live in. Death is so common that it barely registers anymore. But you're not dead, not yet. Your heart is still beating. Your lungs are still drawing breath. Your hands are still shaping bricks. And somewhere deep in the part of your mind that you keep locked away during work hours, you still have hope. Hope that someday this will end. Hope that the God of your fathers hasn't forgotten you. Hope that your children might see freedom even if you never do. That hope is dangerous because it makes the present harder to bear. But it's also essential because without it, you would lie down next to the old man and never get up again. So you push through the midday hell, through the heat that wants to kill you, through the pain that wants to break you. You survive another hour, and then another, and slowly, impossibly, the sun begins its descent toward the western horizon. Around 4 in the afternoon, there's a shift change among the taskmasters. A new group arrives to supervise the final hours of work, and with them comes the food distribution. You hear the call go out. That sharp Egyptian command that you've learned means it's time to eat. Your stomach clenches with anticipation and dread. Anticipation because you're so hungry that you feel hollow inside, as if your body is consuming itself from the inside out. Dread because you know the food won't be enough. It's never enough. You've been working for nearly 12 hours now with nothing in your stomach except those 2 cups of water at midday. Your body has been burning through calories at an incredible rate, lifting and bending and carrying in extreme heat, and it needs fuel. A person doing this kind of labor in these conditions should be consuming at least 4,000 calories per day, maybe more. You'll be lucky if you get 1,500. This is the mathematics of slow starvation, the way the Egyptians worked slaves to death without technically murdering them. The food is distributed from large baskets carried by Egyptian servants. These servants are not slaves. You can tell by their clothing and the way they carry themselves, but they're not high status either. They're somewhere in the middle of Egyptian society, people who do real work but still have rights and dignity. They look at you with a mixture of pity and disgust as they dole out the rations. Pity, because even they can see how terrible your conditions are. Disgust because you're covered in mud and sweat, and you smell like someone who hasn't bathed properly in weeks, because you haven't. You stand in line with the other slaves, waiting your turn. The line moves slowly because each person is checked against a list to make sure they're meeting their quota. If you're behind, you get reduced rations or none at all. It's another cruelty in a system designed around cruelty. Work yourself to death or starve to death. Those are your options. You've been working fast today, driven by fear and desperation, and you think you're on track to meet your quota. You hope you are. Your family is depending on it. When you reach the front of the line, an Egyptian clerk makes a mark on his papyrus scroll, noting that you've received your ration. Then a servant reaches into the basket and pulls out your meal. It's handed to you wrapped in a large leaf, and the weight of it in your hands is both disappointing and expected. This is what you get for a full day of backbreaking labor. This is what the Egyptians think your life is worth. You unwrap the leaf and look at what you've been given. There are 3 flatbreads, each about the size of your palm, made from barley flour. The bread is coarse and dense, the kind that sits heavy in your stomach because it's barely leavened. It's yesterday's bread, maybe the day before, hard around the edges and dry throughout. There's a small piece of salted fish, no bigger than 2 of your fingers, that smells strongly of brine and decomposition. There are 2 small cucumbers, slightly shriveled from sitting in the sun. There's a handful of leeks, their green tops wilted and brown in places. And there's a single bulb of garlic. This is it. This is what you get to sustain yourself for the next 24 hours. You do a quick mental calculation, something you've gotten good at over the years. The bread is maybe 400 calories total. The fish adds another 100, if you're lucky. The vegetables together might be 100 more. 600 calories. Maybe 700 if you're generous with your estimates. And you've burned 4,000 or 5,000 today. The deficit is staggering. No wonder you've lost so much weight. No wonder everyone here looks like walking skeletons, their ribs visible through their skin, their cheeks hollow, their eyes sunken. You sit down on the ground right where you are, too tired to walk to a better spot, and you start to eat. The first flatbread goes into your mouth, and you tear at it with your teeth. It's so dry that it's hard to chew, and you have no water to wash it down with. The bread turns into a paste in your mouth, sticking to your teeth and the roof of your mouth, and you have to work saliva through it just to be able to swallow. But you're so hungry that even this tastes good. Even this hard, stale barley bread tastes like the finest food you've ever eaten. You make yourself eat slowly, even though every instinct is screaming at you to devour everything as fast as possible. Eating slowly makes the meal last longer, tricks your brain into thinking you've eaten more than you have. It also helps with digestion, because if you eat too fast on an empty stomach, you'll get cramps that double you over. You learned that lesson the hard way in your first year as a slave. So now you chew each bite carefully, thoroughly, extracting every bit of nutrition and satisfaction you can from it. The fish is next. You peel back the skin and pick at the flesh, which is dry and overly salty. Salt is a preservative, the only way to keep fish edible in this heat, but it means the fish always tastes more of salt than anything else. Still, it's protein. Your body needs protein desperately, needs it to repair the muscle damage from today's work, needs it to keep your heart and lungs and organs functioning. You eat every bit of the fish, even the parts that most people would throw away, even the parts that taste wrong. There's a bone that sticks in your throat briefly, and you cough it up, but otherwise you consume it all. The cucumber is cool and slightly moist inside, despite its shriveled exterior, and eating it is the closest thing to refreshment you'll get today. The flesh of the cucumber still has some of its natural water content, and you feel that moisture spread across your tongue and down your throat like a blessing. You eat both cucumbers slowly, savoring them, and for just a moment you close your eyes and pretend you're somewhere else, eating a meal that was prepared with care, eating until you're full. The leeks are bitter and strong, the flavor almost overwhelming after the relative blandness of the bread and cucumber. You eat them anyway because they're food, and you have no room for pickiness. The Egyptians love leeks and onions and garlic, and these vegetables are abundant in Egypt, which is probably why slaves get them. They're cheap and plentiful. There's a historical irony here that you don't find amusing. These are the foods that the Hebrews will later remember and complain about missing when they're free in the wilderness. Right now, they're the only thing standing between you and complete starvation. The garlic bulb is saved for last. You peel it carefully, separating the individual cloves, and you eat them one at a time. Garlic is strong and pungent, burning your mouth and throat as you chew, but it's also said to have medicinal properties. Some of the older slaves swear that garlic keeps you healthy, prevents disease, gives you strength. You don't know if that's true, but you eat it anyway. Every bit of food is precious. Nothing can be wasted. Around you, other slaves are eating their rations. Some eat fast, unable to control themselves. Others eat slow, like you, trying to make it last. A few are saving part of their food to take home to their families, which means they'll go even hungrier themselves. You see one woman carefully wrapping half her bread back in its leaf, and you know she has children at home, and you know she'll lie awake tonight with her stomach cramping from hunger, while her children sleep with slightly fuller bellies. This is what slavery does to parents. It forces impossible choices. You think about the Egyptian diet, and the contrast makes you want to weep. The Egyptians, even the ones who aren't wealthy, eat so much better than you do. They have wheat bread, not barley, wheat that's been ground into fine flour and baked into loaves that are soft and light. They have honey to sweeten their bread. They have beer, rich and nutritious, made from barley and dates, something that would feel like a feast to you. They have meat regularly, not just fish, but beef and goat and duck. They have cheese made from goat's milk. They have dates and figs and grapes. They have olive oil to cook with and pour over their food. The wealthy Egyptians, the nobles and priests and government officials, they eat like you can't even imagine. They have multiple courses at every meal. They have servants who prepare elaborate dishes. They have wine imported from other lands. They have pastries made with honey and nuts. They have roasted meat seasoned with exotic spices. And all of that abundance, is built on the backs of slaves like you who are starving while they feast. The injustice of it is so enormous that if you let yourself really think about it, you'd go insane. You remember food from before. Before the slavery got this bad, when your people were still semi-free, when you could grow your own crops and raise your own animals. You remember your mother making stew with lentils and onions and bits of goat meat. You remember the taste of fresh bread, still warm from baking, with butter melted into it. You remember festivals where whole lambs were roasted, and everyone ate until they were full. These memories are painful now, but you cling to them anyway, because they remind you that life wasn't always like this, which means maybe someday it won't be like this again. Your children have never known that life. They were born into slavery, born into hunger. They don't remember what it's like to eat until you're satisfied. Sometimes your youngest son asks you what certain foods taste like, foods he's heard about in stories but never eaten, and you try to describe them, but the words feel inadequate. How do you explain the taste of honey to someone who's never had it? How do you describe the feeling of being truly full? These are experiences that have been stolen from them, and you don't know if they'll ever get them back. The ration you just ate will hold you until tomorrow evening, when you'll receive another identical ration if you meet your quota again. But between now and then, you'll work for several more hours today, and then another full day tomorrow, and your body will be screaming for more food long before you get it. Tonight you'll lie awake with hunger gnawing at your stomach. Tomorrow morning you'll wake up weak and shaky. By tomorrow afternoon you'll be lightheaded and struggling to focus. This is your normal. This is every day. You look at the basket that held the food rations, and you notice something that fills you with quiet rage. At the bottom of the basket there's extra food. Not much, but some. Bread that didn't get distributed. A few more pieces of fish. Some additional vegetables. And you know what will happen to that food. It will be taken back to the Egyptian quarters and given to their animals. The Egyptians feed their dogs and cats better than they feed you. You have seen this with your own eyes. You have watched Egyptian pets eating meat while Hebrew children starve. The cruelty is so casual, so thoughtless, that it's almost worse than if it were deliberate. There's a moment, just a brief flash, where you fantasize about stealing food. You imagine sneaking into an Egyptian home at night, into their storage areas, taking enough bread and meat to feed your family properly for a week. You imagine the taste of it, the satisfaction of it, the way your children's faces would light up. But the fantasy evaporates as quickly as it forms because you know what would happen if you were caught. Theft is punished with beatings, sometimes with death. And even if you weren't caught, you'd be putting your entire family at risk. So you push the thought away and stand up, brushing the crumbs from your tunic. The break is over. The taskmasters are shouting. It's time to get back to work. You've had your ration, which means you have no excuse now for not meeting your quota. Your stomach still feels empty, your body still feels weak. But these facts are irrelevant to the Egyptians. You are a tool, and tools don't have needs. They just perform their function until they break. You walk back to your work area, back to the mud pits and the wooden frames, and the endless repetition of brick-making. The sun is lower in the sky now, which means the heat is finally starting to ease, but you still have hours of work ahead of you. Your hands automatically reach for the mud, your body falling back into the rhythm it knows so well. Scoop, pack, lift, smooth, release. Scoop, pack, lift, smooth, release. And somewhere deep in your mind, you count the calories you just consumed and the calories you're burning, and you do the terrible math of slow starvation, and you wonder how much longer your body can sustain this deficit before it simply gives out. As you work through the afternoon, you become aware of the complex web of relationships that governs life in the brick pits. Slavery is not a simple system of Egyptians over Hebrews. It's layers upon layers of hierarchy, each person crushing the one below them, each person desperate to avoid being at the very bottom. Understanding this hierarchy is essential to survival, and after years of navigating it, you know exactly where you stand. Right near the bottom, but not quite at the lowest level. There are people worse off than you, and that knowledge provides no comfort, only guilt. At the top, so far above you that they might as well be gods, is Pharaoh. You've never seen him in person. Most slaves never do. He lives in his palace surrounded by luxury you can't even imagine, making decisions that affect millions of lives without ever witnessing the consequences of those decisions. To him, you are not a person. You are not even a statistic. You are simply part of the machinery that builds his monuments and fills his storehouses. Your suffering is invisible to him because he has never bothered to look. Below Pharaoh are his officials, the high priests and nobles and administrators who run the country. These men translate Pharaoh's wishes into policies. They're the ones who set the brick quotas, who decide how much food slaves should receive, who determine what punishments are appropriate for which infractions. They do all of this from comfortable offices, consulting scrolls and making calculations, reducing human misery to numbers on papyrus. Some of them probably believe they're being efficient. Some might even think they're being generous. None of them have ever made a brick. Then come the Egyptian overseers, the taskmasters who supervise the work sites. These are the men you see every day, the ones who carry whips and enforce the quotas. They're not wealthy. They're not powerful in the grand scheme of Egyptian society. But they have power over you, and they use it. Some are crueler than others. Some seem to take pleasure in causing pain, while others simply see it as part of their job. But all of them are willing to beat a slave to death if that's what they think the situation requires. Their capacity for violence is what keeps the whole system functioning. What you've learned over the years is that many of these taskmasters are afraid. They're afraid of their own supervisors, afraid of failing to meet production targets, afraid of losing their positions. So they push that fear downward, channeling it into rage against the slaves they supervise. They beat you not because you've done anything wrong, but because someone above them made them feel small, and beating you makes them feel powerful again. This doesn't excuse their cruelty. Nothing could excuse it. But understanding it helps you predict their behavior, helps you know when to keep your head down. Between the Egyptian taskmasters and the Hebrew slaves are the Hebrew foremen. These are the men who occupy the most impossible position in the entire hierarchy. They're Hebrews like you. They worship the same God. They have the same ancestors, but they've been appointed by the Egyptians to supervise their own people. The Egyptians do this deliberately because it fractures the slave community, creates resentment and division, makes unified resistance harder. And it works. You know 3 of the Hebrew foremen by name. There's Pithom, the one who sometimes convinces the taskmasters to allow water breaks. There's Abiram, his brother, who is harder and less sympathetic. And there's Nun, who is older and tries to shield the slaves from the worst abuses when he can. All 3 of them are hated by some Hebrews and pitied by others. They're collaborators who are also victims. They're enforcers who are also slaves. They have slightly more food, slightly better housing, but they've paid for these privileges by becoming complicit in the oppression of their own people. You try not to judge them too harshly. You've never been in their position. You don't know what you would do if you were offered the choice between becoming a foreman or watching your family starve. Maybe you would make the same decision they did. Maybe anyone would. But there's still a distance between you and them now, a gap that can never be fully bridged. When Dathan walks past you in the evening, heading back to his slightly better dwelling, you feel resentment rise in your throat like bile. You swallow it down, but it's always there. The worst moments are when the Hebrew foremen have to punish other Hebrews. The Egyptian taskmasters will sometimes order a foreman to administer a beating, and if the foreman refuses, he'll be beaten himself and possibly demoted back to regular slave status. So the foremen beat their own people, sometimes crying as they do it, sometimes stone-faced, and distant. You've watched none whip a young Hebrew man for falling behind on his quota, and you saw the way Nun's hands shook, the way he looked like he might vomit afterwards. But he did it. He had no choice, or at least no choice that didn't involve sacrificing himself. Among the regular Hebrew slaves, there's another layer of hierarchy based on job assignments. Some slaves work in the fields, planting and harvesting crops. That work is hard, but it's generally considered better than brickmaking because you're working with living things instead of mud, and because the quotas are sometimes more flexible. Some slaves work in Egyptian households as servants. Those positions are coveted because you're indoors, protected from the sun, and you often get better food, the leftovers from Egyptian meals. You would give almost anything to get your wife assigned to household work, but those positions are rare and usually go to younger, prettier women. You try not to think about why. Then there are the slaves who work in the quarries, cutting stone for the largest monuments. That work is even more brutal than brickmaking, if you can imagine such a thing. The death rate among quarry workers is staggering. Most don't last more than a few years before their bodies give out completely. When a brickmaker is punished, sometimes the punishment is reassignment to the quarries. It's essentially a death sentence, and everyone knows it. You are a brickmaker, which puts you somewhere in the middle of the Hebrew slave hierarchy. It's bad, but it could be worse. You're not in the quarries. You're not separated from your family. You're not working in Pharaoh's mines, another assignment that's considered worse than death. You have moments where you feel almost grateful for your position, and then you hate yourself for feeling grateful for any part of slavery. This is what the system does to you. It makes you complicit in your own oppression by giving you tiny gradations of suffering to compare. Within the brick-making crews, there's an informal hierarchy based on strength, skill, and seniority. The strongest workers can make bricks faster, which means they finish their quotas earlier and have time to help others or to rest. These workers have status. Others seek their advice, try to learn from them, hope to benefit from their assistance. You're reasonably strong and skilled, so you occupy a middle position here too. You're not the best, but you're far from the worst. People neither look up to you nor look down on you. You're average, which in this context means you're ignored, which is the safest thing to be. The weakest workers, the ones who struggle to meet their quotas, occupy the lowest position in the slave hierarchy. They're the ones who get beaten most often. They're the ones whose rations are cut. They're the ones who are most likely to die, either from the beatings or from the accumulated stress of never being able to satisfy the taskmasters. You've seen workers fall into this category and then spiral downward rapidly. Once you're identified as weak, the system crushes you. The quotas don't get lowered. The food doesn't get increased. You're simply expected to do the impossible until you can't anymore, and then you're replaced. There's a man working near you named Shemuel who is in that downward spiral right now. He's perhaps 40 years old, though he looks 60, and he's been sick for weeks with some kind of wasting disease. He can barely lift the mud anymore. His hands shake. His breath comes in ragged gasps. Every brick he makes takes twice as long as it should. And the taskmasters have noticed. They've started watching him, circling like vultures, waiting for him to fail completely so they can make an example of him. You want to help Shemuel, want to make some of his bricks for him, but if you do that, you'll fall behind on your own quota. So you watch him suffer and you feel like a coward. Among the slaves there are also ethnic divisions that complicate everything. The Hebrews are not the only slaves in Egypt. There are Nubians from the south, captured in war, and brought here to work. There are people from the eastern lands, from Canaan and beyond, who were either enslaved through conquest or sold into slavery by their own people. There are Libyans from the west. The Egyptians have conquered widely, and everywhere they've conquered, they've taken slaves. These different groups sometimes compete with each other, sometimes cooperate, sometimes ignore each other entirely. The Egyptians encourage the competition because divided slaves are easier to control than unified ones. Sometimes an Egyptian taskmaster will pit Hebrew workers against Nubian workers, promising better rations to whichever group produces more bricks. This creates resentment between groups who should be natural allies. You've gotten into arguments with Nubian slaves over nothing, over petty workplace disputes that wouldn't matter at all if you weren't all being ground down by the same system. But there are also moments of solidarity across ethnic lines. You've seen a Nubian worker share water with a Hebrew one. You've seen a Hebrew worker help a Libyan one who had collapsed. These moments are rare, but they happen, and when they do, they feel like small acts of rebellion. The Egyptians want you to see other slaves as enemies. Refusing to do that, choosing compassion instead, is one of the few ways you can resist. Language is another barrier. The Egyptians speak Egyptian, obviously, and all slaves are expected to understand basic commands in that language. But among themselves, slaves speak their native tongues. You speak Hebrew, the language of your fathers, the language of stories and prayers and identity. When you speak Hebrew with other Hebrews, it's an act of cultural preservation, a way of maintaining who you are despite the Egyptians' best efforts to strip that away. But it also means you can't communicate easily with the Nubian slaves or the Libyan ones, can't build alliances or share information. Some slaves have learned multiple languages out of necessity. There's a Hebrew man named Caleb who speaks Egyptian fluently, plus Hebrew, and a smattering of Nubian and Libyan. He's valuable because he can translate, can serve as a bridge between different groups. But he's also suspected by some Hebrews of being too close to the Egyptians, too willing to cooperate. You don't know whether that suspicion is fair. You just know that Caleb occupies yet another complicated position in this web of relationships. The most dehumanizing aspect of this hierarchy is how completely it strips away your dignity. In Hebrew culture, before the slavery became this bad, there were customs around respect. Elders were honored. Parents were revered. There were social structures that gave people dignity regardless of their wealth. But slavery destroys all of that. An elderly Hebrew man has no special status here. He's just another worker who's expected to meet the same quota as a 20-year-old. If he can't, he's beaten or starved until he dies. There is no retirement. There is no rest for the weary. There is only work until death. You are called Habaru by the Egyptians, a term that essentially means foreigner, outsider, lesser. It spat at you like a curse. You are not called by your name. You are not addressed with any courtesy. You are simply pointed at and commanded. The Egyptian language has specific grammatical forms for addressing social inferiors, and those are the forms always used with you. Every interaction with an Egyptian is a reminder that you are considered less than human. Even your own name feels like it's being taken from you. You are Bezalel, a name that means in the shadow of God, a name your parents gave you with hope and pride. But the Egyptians don't use it. They don't ask it. If they need to identify you, they use a number or a description. You are that Hebrew or the brickmaker in section 7, or sometimes just you there. Your identity, the thing that makes you a specific individual with a history and a future, is being slowly erased. This is the social hierarchy you navigate every day. This is the complex system of relationships that determines whether you eat or starve, whether you live or die. And through it all, you try to hold on to some sense of who you are, some connection to your heritage and your God and your family. It's the hardest work of all, harder even than making bricks. Slavery doesn't just want your labor, it wants your soul, and every day you fight to keep some small piece of it for yourself. What the Egyptians don't understand, what they've never understood, is that enslaved people develop their own forms of resistance. Not the dramatic, violent rebellion that would get everyone killed, but quieter, subtler forms of defiance that happen in the shadows and the margins. You and your fellow slaves have learned dozens of ways to fight back without fighting, to resist without being caught, to preserve your humanity in a system designed to strip it away. These tactics are passed down from the older slaves to the younger ones, whispered instructions shared in the darkness, survival knowledge that has become its own kind of tradition. One of the most common forms of resistance is sabotage. You learned this technique from an older slave named Jethro, who died 2 years ago. The trick is to make bricks that look acceptable on the outside but are structurally weak on the inside. You do this by not mixing the mud and straw quite thoroughly enough, or by using mud that's slightly too wet, or by not packing the frames tightly enough. The result is a brick that will pass inspection when it's counted, but that will be weaker when it's actually used in construction. It might last years before the weakness shows, or it might last decades, but eventually the structure built with these bricks will be less stable than it should be. This is dangerous work. If you're caught deliberately making bad bricks, the punishment is severe. But the key is that you can't be caught, because the defect isn't obvious. The brick looks fine. It has the right shape, the right color, the right weight. Only time will reveal the flaw, and by the time it does, no one will be able to trace it back to you specifically. Thousands of slaves make millions of bricks. The trail goes cold almost immediately. So you make some good bricks and some subtly bad ones, and you take satisfaction in knowing that Pharaoh's monuments are built on a foundation of quiet rebellion. Another form of resistance is the deliberate slowing of work. This requires incredible skill because you have to work slowly enough to matter, but not so slowly that you fail to meet your quota. The technique is to add tiny delays throughout the day. You take an extra few seconds to walk to the straw pile. You spend a bit more time mixing the mud. You adjust your position unnecessarily between bricks. Each individual delay is so small that no one notices it, but when you add them all up over the course of a day, you've reduced your productivity by maybe 5 or 10%. And when hundreds of slaves do this simultaneously, the total impact is significant. The Egyptians notice that brick production isn't quite where they think it should be, but they can't figure out why. They assume it's because slaves are naturally lazy, which makes them increase the quotas, which makes the situation worse. They don't realize they're being outmaneuvered by people they consider too stupid to outmaneuver them. There's a grim satisfaction in this, in knowing that you're winning tiny victories even as you appear to be losing everything. Information networks are another crucial survival tool. Despite the Egyptians' best efforts to keep slaves isolated and ignorant, you have ways of communicating across work sites and even across cities. When taskmasters change shifts, there are brief moments when supervision is lax. During those moments, slaves pass messages to each other. Sometimes it's practical information, like which taskmasters are in bad moods today, or which work sites have slightly better conditions. Sometimes it's news from other Hebrew communities. Sometimes it's just encouragement, one person telling another to hold on, to keep going, that they're not alone. The most important information that travels through these networks is religious. The Egyptians have tried to stamp out Hebrew worship, not through explicit prohibition, but through making it impossible to practice. You can't take a day of rest. You can't gather for festivals. You can't make sacrifices. But you can whisper prayers while you work, and you can teach your children the old stories in the hours between sunset and sleep, and you can keep alive the memory of who you are and where you came from. There are certain slaves who serve as memory keepers, people who have memorized the entire oral tradition of your people and pass it on to the next generation. You've met some of these men, elderly now, whose minds contain hundreds of stories and genealogies and laws. They recite these things to small groups in the darkness, their voices low and urgent, making sure that even if every Hebrew slave dies, the knowledge will have been passed on first. This is resistance of the most fundamental kind. This is refusing to let your culture be erased. The midwives are heroes in a way that most people don't fully appreciate. When Pharaoh decreed that all Hebrew boys should be killed at birth, he relied on the midwives to carry out this genocide. But the midwives, women named Shipra and Puah, who became legendary among your people, refused. They defied Pharaoh directly, letting the boys live, and when questioned about it, they lied to his face. They told him that Hebrew women were so vigorous, so strong, that they gave birth before the midwives could even arrive. It was a brilliant lie, because it played into Egyptian prejudices about Hebrews being like animals, strong and primitive. The midwives' defiance saved an entire generation of boys. Your own sons might not be alive, if not for their courage. And they weren't punished because Pharaoh believed their lie, or at least found it plausible enough not to investigate further. This taught everyone an important lesson. The Egyptians can be deceived. They're not all-knowing. They make assumptions based on their prejudices, and those assumptions create blind spots that clever people can exploit. Following the midwives' example, Hebrew mothers developed elaborate systems for hiding their babies. When a boy was born, the birth would be kept secret if possible. The mother would muffle the baby's cries, keeping him hidden inside the dwelling during the day when Egyptian officials might pass by. At night, the baby could cry more freely because the sound would blend in with all the other sounds of the Hebrew quarter. Entire networks of women helped each other with this, creating false stories about miscarriages or stillbirths when necessary, protecting each other's sons at great risk to themselves. This is how Moses survived his first 3 months. His mother Jochebed hid him, probably with help from other women who kept watch and provided alibis. And when hiding him became impossible because he was getting bigger and louder, she did something that must have taken unimaginable courage. She made a basket, waterproofed it with pitch, and placed her baby in the Nile, trusting God to protect him. It worked miraculously, but even if it hadn't, the attempt itself was an act of resistance. She refused to let the Egyptians murder her son. She found a third option between compliance and open rebellion. Teaching children Hebrew in secret is another form of resistance that requires constant vigilance. The Egyptians want Hebrew children to grow up speaking only Egyptian, to forget their heritage, to become culturally Egyptian even if they remain slaves. But Hebrew parents fight this by teaching their children the old language, the language of Abraham and Isaac and Jacob. You do this with your own children, speaking to them in Hebrew at home, telling them stories in Hebrew, making sure they know the words for holy things that don't have Egyptian equivalents. Your oldest son, who is 9 years old, can recite parts of the creation story in Hebrew. He knows the names of the patriarchs. He knows that he's part of a people with a history that predates Egypt, a people to whom God made promises. This knowledge is dangerous, because if the Egyptians knew how thoroughly you were preserving your culture, they might increase their efforts to stamp it out. But it's also essential because without it, your children would be lost. They'd be slaves with no identity except the one the Egyptians gave them. Small acts of kindness among slaves are also a form of resistance. When you help another slave who's falling behind, when you share a sip of your water with someone who has none, when you offer words of encouragement to someone who's ready to give up, you're resisting the Egyptian system that wants you to be isolated and competitive. The Egyptians want slaves to be selfish, to hoard resources, to see each other as rivals. Every time you choose compassion instead, you're undermining that system. There's a man who works 2 sections over from you, a Hebrew named Ezra, who has made it his mission to help the weakest slaves. He'll often finish his own quota early and then spend his remaining time helping others finish theirs. He's been beaten for this multiple times because the taskmasters see it as some kind of insubordination, but he keeps doing it anyway. People like Ezra are what keep the rest of you human. They remind you that even here, even in the worst circumstances, you can still choose to be good. Sometimes resistance takes the form of preserving joy. The Egyptians have tried to take everything from you, including your capacity for happiness, but you refuse to let them have that. On rare occasions, when the work is done and the taskmasters have left, slaves will sing together. Hebrew songs, songs of remembrance and hope, songs that connect you to your ancestors and to each other. The singing is quiet, careful, ready to stop at the first sign of an Egyptian approach. But while it lasts, it's beautiful. It's a reminder that you're still alive, still capable of creating something that isn't bricks. Children are the ultimate act of resistance. Every Hebrew couple that conceives a child, that brings new life into this nightmare, is making a statement. They're saying that the future is worth investing in, that there will be a tomorrow worth living for. The Egyptians would prefer that Hebrews stop reproducing entirely, that the population would naturally shrink and eventually disappear. But Hebrew women keep getting pregnant, keep giving birth, keep raising children, despite the impossible odds. This is faith made manifest. This is hope in its purest form. Your own wife is pregnant again, and you're terrified. Terrified that it will be a boy and the Egyptians will try to kill him. Terrified that it will be a girl and she'll grow up to be a slave, possibly worse off than you, because female slaves face additional dangers. Terrified that your wife will die in childbirth because there's no medical care, and complications are common. But underneath the terror is something else. Pride that your family continues. Pride that you haven't given up. Pride that in the face of genocide you're choosing life. There are also coded signals that slaves use to communicate danger or opportunity. A certain way of stacking bricks means that a taskmaster is in a particularly bad mood today. A certain gesture means that there's extra food available somewhere. A certain song hummed while working means that someone needs help. These signals have evolved over time, become more sophisticated, and the Egyptians have never caught on. They see slaves humming and think nothing of it. They don't realize they're listening to a conversation. Some of the bolder slaves engage in outright theft when they can get away with it. Food is the most common target, naturally, but sometimes slaves steal tools or cloth or anything else that might be useful. The theft has to be small enough and subtle enough that it's not noticed, or at least that it can't be proven. A handful of grain from a storage room, a piece of fabric from a weaving shop. The punishment for theft is severe, sometimes fatal, so this is incredibly risky. But hunger makes people brave, and desperation makes people clever. You've stolen food exactly 3 times in your years as a slave. The first time was when your daughter was sick and desperately needed better nutrition than the rations provided. You managed to take a small piece of salted meat from a storage area when no one was looking. The second time was when your mother was dying and you wanted her to taste something good one last time. You stole honey, just a tiny amount, and fed it to her on your finger. She died 3 days later. The third time was just last month, when your family had gone 2 days without rations because you'd fallen short on your quota. You stole bread and you fed it to your children, and you would do it again without hesitation. The most profound form of resistance is simply surviving. Every day that you wake up and keep going, every day that you refuse to lie down and die, is a victory against a system that wants you dead. The Egyptians work you as hard as they do because they're trying to kill you slowly enough that you'll produce value before you expire. Your job is to outlive their expectations, to endure past the point they thought possible, to still be standing when by all rights you should have collapsed. This is the resistance of sheer stubborn existence. And underlying all of this, beneath every tactic and every small rebellion, is faith. Faith that the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob has not forgotten you. Faith that the promises made to your ancestors will somehow be fulfilled, even when fulfillment seems impossible. Faith that this suffering has meaning, that it's not just random cruelty, but part of a larger story that you can't see yet. This faith is what keeps you putting one foot in front of the other. This faith is what makes survival possible. So you sabotage bricks and pass secret messages and teach your children forbidden stories and help your fellow slaves and steal food and preserve joy and refuse to die. You resist in 100 small ways every single day. And the Egyptians never realized that they're not dealing with broken animals. They're dealing with human beings who have learned to fight back in the only ways available to them. This is how you survive. This is how you keep your soul when everything else has been taken. This is how you remain yourself even when the world insists you're nothing. The sun finally begins to set around 7 in the evening, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple that would be beautiful if you had any energy left to appreciate them. Your body is beyond exhausted. You've been working for nearly 15 hours with only brief breaks for water and food. Every muscle screams in protest. Your hands are so swollen and damaged that you can barely make a fist. Your back feels like it's been broken and badly reassembled. Your feet are raw and bleeding from standing on hot ground all day. But you've done it. You've made your quota. 1,037 bricks, to be exact. Those extra 37 are insurance, proof that you weren't cutting corners, evidence that you're a good slave who exceeds expectations. The taskmasters move through the work area, doing final counts. This is the moment of greatest anxiety, when you find out whether your day's work was enough. The counting is done by Egyptian clerks who mark tallies on papyrus scrolls recording each slave's production. Some slaves are told they've met their quota and are dismissed. Others are told they've fallen short and are either beaten on the spot or have their names marked for reduced rations. You wait your turn, your heart pounding, even though you're almost certain you've made enough bricks. When the clerk reaches you, he barely looks at you. He counts your bricks quickly, running his eyes over the neat rows you've laid out for inspection. He makes a mark on his scroll and nods. You're dismissed. Relief floods through you so powerfully that your knees almost buckle. You've survived another day. You've earned your ration and your family's rations. Tomorrow you'll have to do it all again. But right now, in this moment, you're free to go home. The walk back to the Hebrew quarter feels longer than it did this morning. Your body is failing now that the immediate pressure is off, and every step requires conscious effort. Around you, other slaves are also making their way home. Everyone moves slowly, limping, supporting each other when necessary. There's a man named Levi who's having trouble walking because he injured his ankle sometime during the day. 2 other slaves have him between them, each supporting one of his arms, helping him hobble along. No one complains about the extra burden. Tomorrow it might be you who needs help, and you hope someone would do the same. This is how you survive, not as individuals, but as a community that shares the weight of suffering. The Hebrew quarter looks different at night than it does in the early morning darkness. Now there are small fires burning outside many of the dwellings, women cooking the evening meal with whatever they have. The smell of smoke and food fills the air, and despite your exhaustion, your mouth waters. Children are running between the dwellings, playing games that look like any children's games anywhere, except these children are too thin, and their laughter sounds fragile, like it might break at any moment. Still, they're children. They play because that's what children do, even here. You approach your dwelling and push aside the cloth that serves as a door. Inside, your wife looks up from the small fire where she's been cooking. Her face shows relief when she sees you, relief that you've come home alive and apparently uninjured. She doesn't say anything, just nods, and you nod back. After years of this routine, words aren't always necessary. She knows you're exhausted. You know she's been worried. The acknowledgement passes between you without speech. Your children are there, all 3 of them. Your oldest son jumps up when you enter, excited to see you, despite the fact that you've only been gone since before dawn. Your daughter, who is 7, stays where she is, but smiles. The baby, who is actually not quite a baby anymore at 2 years old, reaches up his arms wanting to be held. You pick him up even though your arms are shaking with fatigue, and you hold him close, feeling his warm weight against your chest. This is why you keep going. This is why you don't give up. These small people who depend on you, who love you despite everything, who deserve better than what you can give them. Your wife has managed to cook something slightly better than the usual evening meal. She's taken the bread from your ration and soaked it in water to soften it, then mixed it with the vegetables to create a kind of porridge. It's not much, but it's warm and it's food, and right now that's everything. She portions it out carefully, making sure the children get the largest shares. You start to protest, wanting her to eat more, but she gives you a look that silences you. This is what mothers do. They give their children the best of whatever there is, even when there's almost nothing. You eat slowly, sitting on the floor of your dwelling with your family around you. The food is bland and insufficient, but it's yours to eat without anyone rushing you or threatening you. For these brief moments, you're not a slave. You're a father and a husband eating a meal with your family. The Egyptians can't take this from you. They can take your labor and your health and your freedom, but right here, in this tiny room, you still have something that belongs only to you. After eating, there's the matter of washing. You can't go to sleep covered in the day's mud and sweat, partly because it's uncomfortable, but mostly because the dirt will contaminate the sleeping mats and make everyone else miserable. So despite your exhaustion, you take a small clay jar and walk to the canal that runs near the Hebrew quarter. This canal connects to the Nile and provides water for washing and drinking. Though the water is far from clean, you've learned to be careful at the canal, especially at dusk, because crocodiles sometimes come into the shallower waters looking for easy prey. The canal bank is crowded with other slaves, men washing themselves after work, women filling jars with water to take back to their dwellings, children splashing and playing under the watchful eyes of their mothers. The water is cool against your burning skin, and for a moment you just stand in it up to your knees, letting it soothe your aching feet. You cup water in your hands and splash it over your face, your arms, your chest, watching the mud and sweat run off in brown streams. The water around you turns cloudy with the dirt from dozens of bodies. There's no soap. Soap is a luxury that slaves can't afford, if it even exists in a form you could use. So you just rub your skin with your hands, scrubbing as best you can, trying to get the worst of the grime off. Your hands hurt when you touch them, the cuts and blisters protesting the contact with water. Some of the cuts have started to get infected, you can tell by the redness and the way they throb with their own pulse. There's nothing you can do about that except hope your body fights off the infection on its own. Most of the time it does. Sometimes it doesn't, and you lose a finger or a hand or your life. You look down at your body in the fading light and barely recognize it. You used to be stronger, more muscular, but years of inadequate food have left you thin in a way that's not healthy. Your ribs are visible, your hip bones protrude. The muscles that remain are lean and stringy, the kind of muscles that come from endless endurance work rather than any kind of strength training. There are scars everywhere, some from beatings, some from accidents, some from infections that healed badly. This is what slavery does to a body. It consumes you from the outside in. As you wash, you notice a teenage boy nearby who's crying silently, tears running down his face, mixing with the canal water. He's new to the brick pits, you can tell by the way he moves, still unused to the pain and exhaustion. His first few weeks are probably the hardest because his body hasn't adapted yet, hasn't learned to function on minimal food and sleep. You remember your own first weeks, remember crying just like that, remember thinking you couldn't possibly survive this. But you did. You adapted. Humans are incredibly adaptable, which is both a gift and a curse. It lets you survive conditions that should kill you, but it also means you can become accustomed to horrors that should never be tolerated. You think about going over to the boy, about offering some words of encouragement, but you're too tired. The walk back to your dwelling seems impossibly long already, and you haven't even started it yet. So you leave the boy to his tears, hoping someone else will comfort him, knowing that probably no one will. Everyone is too exhausted, too wrapped up in their own survival. This is another thing slavery takes from you. It takes your capacity for compassion by making you so depleted that you have nothing left to give. The walk back from the canal takes 10 minutes that feel like an hour. Your feet drag with each step. Your vision is blurring from exhaustion. You pass by other dwellings and hear the sounds of family life through the thin walls. A baby crying, a mother singing softly, two men having a quiet conversation, someone coughing that deep, wet cough that means their lungs are probably damaged beyond repair. All the sounds of people living as best they can in impossible circumstances. When you finally reach your dwelling again, your wife has laid out the sleeping mats. There are 3 mats for 5 people, which means you have to double up. The children sleep together on one mat. You and your wife share another, and your elderly mother has the third to herself because she needs the space for her aching joints. The mats are thin, barely thicker than the cloth they're made from, and the straw underneath them doesn't provide much cushioning. But they're what you have, so they're what you use. You lie down on your mat and feel your body sink into it with relief so profound it's almost painful. The ground beneath you is hard and unforgiving, but at least you're horizontal. At least you're off your feet. At least the day is over. Your wife lies down beside you, and you reach out to take her hand. Her hand is as rough and damaged as yours, calloused from her own work, grinding grain and preparing food and maintaining the dwelling. You hold hands in silence, too tired for words, but the contact is enough. You're both still here. You both survived another day. Your children are settling down on their mat, the older 2 helping the youngest get comfortable. Your oldest son is telling his siblings a story, keeping his voice low so he doesn't disturb you. You listen without really hearing the words, just enjoying the sound of his voice, the normalcy of children being told a bedtime story. The story is one of the old ones about Joseph, who was sold into slavery, but eventually rose to become second only to Pharaoh. It's a story of hope, of impossible reversals of fortune, of God working in mysterious ways. You've heard it hundreds of times. Your son has heard it from you, and your father told it to you, and his father told it to him, going back generations. The story bothers you sometimes. Joseph succeeded by serving his Egyptian masters well, by being useful to Pharaoh, by essentially becoming Egyptian himself. Is that the model you want for your children? To succeed by assimilating, by abandoning their identity, by making themselves valuable to their oppressors? But then you remember the end of the story, how Joseph saved his family, how he brought them to Egypt in the first place. Maybe the point isn't how he succeeded, but that he never forgot who he was. Maybe that's what you need to teach your children. You can survive in Egypt, but you must never become Egyptian in your heart. Your mother is coughing again in the corner. The cough has gotten worse over the past few weeks, and you know what that probably means. She's dying. Slowly, painfully, her body finally giving out after 70-some years of life, most of them spent in slavery. You should go to her, should comfort her, but you can't make yourself move. You're too tired. Tomorrow, you tell yourself. Tomorrow you'll spend time with her. Tomorrow you'll tell her you love her. But what if there is no tomorrow for her? What if she dies tonight while you're sleeping, and you never said the things you should have said? The guilt of this thought finally gives you enough energy to move. You sit up, ignoring your body's protests, and crawl over to where your mother is lying. Her eyes are open, staring at the ceiling, and when she sees you approaching, she tries to smile. It's a weak smile, more grimace than anything, but it's there. You take her hand, feeling how thin and frail it's become, how the bones feel like they might break under the slightest pressure. She was strong once, you remember her being strong. Now she's just skin and bones and suffering. You don't know what to say to her, so you just hold her hand and sit with her in silence. After a moment, she starts to speak, her voice barely above a whisper. She tells you that she's not afraid. She tells you that death will be a relief, a release from this endless suffering. She tells you to take care of your children, to make sure they remember who they are, to keep the stories alive. She tells you that God has not forgotten your people, that deliverance is coming, though she won't live to see it. You want to believe her. You want to believe that all of this suffering means something, that there's a purpose, that it will end. But right now, in the darkness of this tiny room, it's hard to believe anything except that tomorrow will be exactly like today. Your mother's eyes close, and her breathing becomes more regular. She's fallen asleep or something close to it. You release her hand gently and crawl back to your own mat. Your wife is already asleep, her breathing deep and steady. Your children are asleep too, tangled together on their mat in a pile of thin limbs and peaceful faces. You lie down and close your eyes, and despite everything, despite the pain and the exhaustion and the fear and the despair, you fall asleep almost instantly. Your body demands rest, and your mind has no choice but to comply. Outside, the night continues. The stars wheel overhead, the same stars that Abraham looked at when God promised him descendants as numerous as the stars themselves. The Nile flows past, indifferent to human suffering, carrying its waters from the heart of Africa to the Mediterranean Sea. The Egyptian guards patrol their posts, ensuring that the slaves don't rebel, don't escape, don't do anything except sleep so they can work again tomorrow. And in thousands of Hebrew dwellings just like yours, families sleep the sleep of the exhausted, stealing a few hours of peace before the nightmare begins again at this is nightfall. This is the only rest you'll ever know. And tomorrow, when the shouting starts and the sun rises and the taskmasters crack their whips, you'll wake up and do it all over again. The work itself is brutal enough to kill you, but it's far from the only danger you face. Living as a Hebrew slave in Egypt means navigating a landscape filled with threats that come from every direction. Disease, accidents, violence, animals, the environment itself. Each day you survive is a small miracle when you consider how many ways there are to die. And death, when it comes, is rarely quick or merciful. It's usually slow and painful, and there's no one to ease your suffering except the family members who are powerless to help you. Disease is perhaps the most constant threat. When you live in conditions like these, cramped quarters with no sanitation, inadequate food, contaminated water, disease spreads like fire through dry grass. Dysentery is common, that horrible condition where your intestines rebel and you lose fluid faster than you can replace it. You've seen strong men reduced to trembling shells in a matter of days, unable to keep anything down, too weak to work, slowly dying from dehydration. The smell of dysentery is distinctive, foul and sickly sweet, and when you catch that smell coming from a dwelling, you know someone inside is probably dying. There's no treatment for dysentery except rest and clean water and good food, none of which are available to slaves. Sometimes a person's body fights it off and they recover, though they're always weaker afterward. More often, they die. Children are especially vulnerable. You've lost count of how many Hebrew children have died from dysentery over the years. The disease doesn't discriminate. It takes the young and the old, the strong and the weak. All it needs is an opportunity. And in these conditions, opportunities are endless. Parasites are another constant problem. Intestinal worms are almost universal among the slave population. You probably have them yourself, though you've never seen direct evidence. The symptoms are subtle at first, just a general feeling of being unwell, some cramping, unusual hunger, even after eating. But over time, parasites rob your body of nutrients, making the effects of malnutrition even worse. They can grow inside you for years, slowly weakening you, and there's nothing you can do about it. The Egyptians have medicines for parasites, herbal treatments, and special foods, but those are for Egyptians, not for slaves. Infected wounds are a daily threat. With the kind of work you do, injuries are inevitable. Cuts from the wooden frames, scrapes from rough materials, blisters that burst and expose raw flesh. In a clean environment with proper care, these would be minor problems. But here, where everything is covered in dirt and mud and animal waste, even small wounds can become infected. You've learned to recognize the signs. The redness that spreads out from the injury, the swelling and heat, the pus that forms yellow or green or sometimes streaked with blood, the smell of rot that means the infection is winning. Most infected wounds eventually heal on their own if you're lucky. Your body fights the infection and wins, though the process takes weeks and leaves ugly scars. But sometimes the infection spreads, traveling up your arm or leg, turning the limb red and swollen and hot to the touch. When that happens, amputation is the only option, and amputation in these conditions usually means death anyway. You've seen men lose fingers, hands, even entire arms to infection. You've watched them try to continue working with their remaining limbs, desperately trying to meet quotas that were designed for people with all their body parts intact. Respiratory diseases are common too, and they're often fatal. The constant exposure to dust from the brick pits damages your lungs over time. Every breath you take while working contains particles of dried mud, and those particles settle in your lungs and never leave. After years of this, your lungs become scarred and stiff, unable to expand properly. You develop that chronic cough that so many older slaves have, that wet, rattling sound that keeps you awake at night and makes it harder to work during the day. Eventually, your lungs fail completely, and you drown in your own fluids. There's also something the Egyptians call lung fever, what you might recognize as pneumonia. It comes on suddenly, usually in the cooler months when the temperature drops at night. One day you're fine, the next day you're burning with fever and coughing up thick mucus and struggling to breathe. Lung fever kills quickly, if it kills at all, usually within a week. Some people recover, but they're never quite the same afterward. Their lungs remain weak, their breathing labored. They become the ones who fall behind on quotas, who get beaten more often, who eventually die from something else because their body was already compromised. Childbirth is extraordinarily dangerous for Hebrew women. Your wife has given birth 3 times, and each time you've been terrified that she wouldn't survive. Women die in childbirth here all the time, sometimes from bleeding that can't be stopped, sometimes from infections that set in afterward, sometimes from complications that no one understands. The Hebrew midwives do their best, these brave women who bring new life into the world despite Pharaoh's decree, but they have limited knowledge and no tools. They work with their hands and their experience and prayers, and sometimes that's enough, and sometimes it isn't. Infant mortality is even worse than maternal mortality. Many babies die within their first year, succumbing to disease or malnutrition, or just the general harshness of life. You've attended funerals for babies, those heartbreaking ceremonies where parents bury children who never had a chance to live. The tiny bodies wrapped in scraps of cloth, the grieving mothers who are expected to return to work within days, the fathers who stand silent and broken because there are no words for this kind of loss. Every Hebrew parent lives with the knowledge that their children might not survive to adulthood, and there's nothing they can do to guarantee their safety. Beyond disease, there are the physical dangers of the work environment itself. Structural accidents happen regularly at construction sites. Stones being lifted into place slip from their ropes and crush the workers below. Scaffolding collapses under too much weight, sending people falling to their deaths. Walls that aren't properly braced fall over, burying slaves underneath thousands of pounds of brick and rubble. You've seen all of these accidents. You've heard the screams. You've helped dig bodies out of debris, sometimes finding them alive but broken, sometimes finding them already dead. Heat stroke kills more slaves than almost anything else. When the temperature climbs above 110 degrees and you're working in direct sunlight with inadequate water, your body's cooling system can simply fail. The signs come quickly. First you stop sweating, which seems like a relief, until you realize it means your body has run out of moisture to evaporate. Then comes the confusion, the disorientation, the feeling that everything is happening underwater. Your temperature rises internally, cooking your brain, and if you don't get cooled down immediately, you die. You've watched people die from heat stroke. They collapse, they convulse, they slip into unconsciousness, and they never wake up. Dehydration is closely related to heat stroke, but can happen even without the extreme temperatures. When you're not given enough water to replace what you lose through sweat and breathing, your blood becomes thick, your organs struggle to function, your brain stops working properly. Severe dehydration causes hallucinations, makes you see things that aren't there. You've experienced mild dehydration so many times that it feels normal, that constant headache and dizziness and difficulty concentrating. But severe dehydration, the kind that kills, is different. It's your body shutting down system by system until nothing works anymore. Then there are the animals. Egypt is home to creatures that see humans as prey or as threats. Crocodiles live in the Nile and the canals that feed off it, and they're perfectly willing to attack people who get too close to the water. You've seen crocodile attacks, seen the way the massive reptiles explode out of the water with shocking speed, their jaws clamping down on a leg or an arm and dragging the victim underwater. The death roll is what kills. The way crocodiles spin in the water, to tear flesh from bone. If you're lucky, you drown before the crocodile starts eating you. If you're not lucky, you're conscious for the entire process. Snakes are everywhere, and many of them are venomous. Cobras, vipers, other species you don't have names for. They hide in the straw piles, in the mud, in the dark corners of dwellings. You've learned to be careful where you put your hands and feet, to check before you reach into anywhere you can't see. Snake bites are common, and the venomous ones are often fatal. The venom causes horrible pain as it spreads through your body, breaking down tissue, causing bleeding from every orifice. Death from snake venom can take hours or days, and there's no antidote available to slaves. Scorpions are smaller but also dangerous. Their sting is intensely painful, and while it's rarely fatal to adults, it can kill children. You've been stung twice, both times by accidentally putting your hand down on a scorpion that was hiding in the straw of your sleeping mat. The pain was like fire spreading up your arm, and for hours afterward you felt sick and dizzy. But you survived, and the next day you had to go back to work regardless of how you felt. There's no sick leave for slaves. You work or you face consequences. Disease-carrying insects are another constant threat, though you don't understand the connection between insects and disease. Mosquitoes swarm at dusk near the canals and the Nile, their high-pitched whining filling the air. They bite constantly, leaving itchy welts that sometimes become infected when you scratch them. But worse than the annoyance is the fact that mosquitoes spread diseases, fevers that come on suddenly and leave you weak and sweating. Some people recover from these fevers. Others die, their bodies consumed by illnesses they don't have names for. Flies are everywhere, especially around food and waste. They land on everything, crawling over the dead, the dying, the food you're trying to eat. You've given up trying to keep them away. There are too many of them, and you're too tired to fight a battle you can't win. The Egyptians have fly whisks, servants whose entire job is to stand near important people and wave fans to keep the flies away. You have nothing except your hand to swat them, and even that requires energy you don't have. Violence from the taskmasters is perhaps the most predictable danger. The whip is always there, always ready to be used on anyone who falls behind or talks back or even just looks at an overseer the wrong way. You've been whipped more times than you can count. The leather strips tear your skin, leaving raised welts that bleed and then scar. Multiple beatings in the same place create permanent damage, areas of your back that are numb or that cause constant pain even when you're not being beaten. Some slaves have been beaten so badly that their backs look like maps of raised scar tissue, all the individual beatings blending into one continuous landscape of damaged flesh. Public executions happen occasionally, usually as warnings to the rest of the slave population. When someone is caught trying to escape or committing some act of serious defiance, they're made an example of. The execution methods are brutal. Crucifixion, where a person is tied or nailed to a wooden frame and left to die slowly from suffocation and exposure. Stoning, where the community is forced to throw rocks at the condemned until they die. Beheading, which is at least quick, but still horrifying to witness. You've seen all of these executions. The Egyptians make sure every slave sees them. That's the point. They want you to understand what happens when you resist. The psychological toll of all these dangers is immense. You live in a constant state of hypervigilance, always watching for threats, never able to fully relax even when you're sleeping. Your dreams are filled with anxiety, with scenarios where something terrible happens, and you can't stop it. You wake up exhausted, your mind having worked all night, even while your body tried to rest. This chronic stress damages your health in ways that are less visible than physical injuries, but just as real. Your heart races at unexpected times. Your hands shake. You jump at sudden sounds. And perhaps the worst danger of all is despair. The psychological weight of knowing that this is your life, that it will always be your life, that there's no escape and no hope of things getting better. Despair kills in its own way. It makes people give up, stop fighting, stop caring. You've seen slaves who just lie down one day and refuse to get up, refuse to work, refuse to eat. They're beaten, but they don't respond. They just wait to die, and eventually they do. Some people call this broken heart syndrome. Their will to live simply runs out, and without that will, the body follows. You fight against despair every single day. You fight it by focusing on your family, on the small joys that still exist, on the faith that somehow, someday, this will end. But the fight is exhausting, and some days you're not sure you're winning. Some days you understand exactly why people choose to give up. The only thing that keeps you going is the knowledge that if you give up, your family suffers even more. So you keep fighting, keep surviving, keep navigating all these dangers that surround you on every side. This is life as a Hebrew slave in Egypt. The work will probably kill you eventually, but there are a dozen other things waiting to kill you first. Disease, accidents, violence, animals, despair. Every day you survive all of them is a day you can count as a victory, however small. And every night you lie down to sleep, you wonder if you'll wake up in the morning, or if this will be the night when one of these dangers finally claims you. There was a moment when everything changed, when oppression turned into something darker and more deliberate. You remember the day the announcement came, though you wish you could forget it. It was perhaps 5 years ago now, though time blurs together when every day is the same suffering. Word spread through the Hebrew quarter in whispers at first, then in shocked voices, then in wails of grief and terror. Pharaoh had issued a new decree. All Hebrew boys born from that day forward were to be killed, thrown into the Nile to drown or be eaten by crocodiles. The genocide had begun. The reasoning behind the decree was explained by the Egyptian officials who announced it, though their explanation only made the horror worse. Pharaoh feared the Hebrew population. You had grown too numerous, too strong, too threatening to Egyptian security. There was paranoia in the Egyptian court that if war came, the Hebrews might side with Egypt's enemies, might rise up from within and destroy the nation that had enslaved them. So Pharaoh decided to solve the problem by eliminating the next generation of Hebrew men. Without boys to grow into warriors, the Hebrew population would eventually dwindle and disappear. It was genocide by mathematics, murder spread out over decades. The decree was read aloud in Egyptian and translated into Hebrew by the foreman who had no choice but to cooperate. You stood in the crowd of slaves listening to the words, and at first your mind couldn't process what you were hearing. Kill all the boys, every single one. Not some of them, not the ones who caused trouble, all of them. The words were so monstrous that they seemed unreal, like a nightmare you'd wake up from. But you didn't wake up. The words were real, the decree was real, and the Egyptians meant to enforce it. The initial enforcement method was to work through the midwives. The decree commanded that Hebrew midwives, the women who attended births and helped bring babies into the world, were to kill any boys immediately upon birth. If a boy was born, the midwife was supposed to strangle him or suffocate him or simply let him die before cutting the umbilical cord. The mother would be told the baby was stillborn. The tiny body would be disposed of, and the genocide would happen quietly, one birth at a time, with the very women who should have been protecting life forced to become executioners. But the midwives refused. Shiphrah and Puah, two women whose names would become legendary among your people, were summoned before Pharaoh himself and given the order directly. They were told that every Hebrew boy they delivered must die, and that they would be held accountable if boys survived. And they looked Pharaoh in the face, this man who held the power of life and death over every person in Egypt, and they decided to disobey. Not openly, not in a way that would get them immediately killed, but through clever deception that bought time for countless babies to survive. The midwives came back from their audience with Pharaoh and told the Hebrew community what had happened. They would not kill babies, they said. They would not become murderers no matter what Pharaoh commanded. And when Pharaoh inevitably questioned why Hebrew boys were still being born alive, they would lie. They would tell him that Hebrew women were vigorous, that they gave birth quickly before the midwives could arrive, that by the time they reached the laboring mothers, the babies were already born and crying. It was a brilliant lie because it played into Egyptian prejudices about Hebrews being like animals, strong and primitive and quick to reproduce. For a while, the lie worked. Pharaoh believed it, or at least found it plausible enough not to investigate too deeply. Boys continued to be born and to survive those critical first hours. The midwives were celebrated as heroes among the Hebrew people, women who had risked everything to save the next generation. God blessed them for their courage, the story says, giving them families of their own as reward for preserving the families of others. But everyone knew the reprieve was temporary. Eventually, Pharaoh would realize he was being deceived, and when he did, the consequences would be severe. The second phase of the decree came perhaps 6 months after the first. Pharaoh expanded the order beyond just the midwives. Now all Egyptians were commanded to help enforce the genocide. Any Egyptian who saw a Hebrew baby boy was supposed to seize the child and throw it into the Nile. The decree turned every Egyptian into a potential murderer, and every Hebrew into a potential victim. Mothers couldn't take their sons outside without risking having them torn from their arms. The streets of the Hebrew quarter became places of fear, women hurrying from dwelling to dwelling with babies hidden under their cloaks, hoping no Egyptian would notice. The terror this created in the Hebrew community was absolute and overwhelming. Every pregnant woman lived in dread of giving birth to a boy. Every mother with a son lived in constant fear that today would be the day an Egyptian saw him and carried out the decree. Sleep became almost impossible because you never knew if tonight would be the night that Egyptian soldiers came through the quarter, searching dwellings looking for babies to kill. The crying of infants, which should have been a joyful sound, became a dangerous liability that could attract the wrong kind of attention. You remember the first time you saw the decree enforced. You were walking back from the brick pits at the end of a long day when you heard screaming. A Hebrew woman was in the street, fighting with an Egyptian soldier who had her baby in his arms. The baby was perhaps 3 months old, a boy, and the soldier had spotted him and decided to carry out Pharaoh's order. The mother was clawing at the soldier, screaming for her child, and other Hebrews had gathered around, but no one dared intervene because interfering with an Egyptian official meant death. The soldier struck the mother, knocking her to the ground, and then he walked calmly toward the canal that ran nearby. The baby was crying, that high-pitched wail that babies make when they're frightened. You wanted to look away but couldn't. Some terrible part of you needed to witness what was about to happen, needed to understand the full horror of what your people were facing. The soldier reached the canal, held the baby out over the water for just a moment, and then let go. The baby hit the water with a small splash and disappeared beneath the surface. The mother's screams changed pitch, becoming something inhuman, a sound of grief so profound that it didn't seem like it could come from a human throat. No one moved to save the baby. By the time anyone could have reached the canal, it was too late. The baby was gone, drowned or carried away by the current or taken by a crocodile. The soldier walked away without looking back, his duty fulfilled. The mother crawled to the edge of the canal and stared into the water, still screaming, and several women eventually came to pull her away and take her home. You stood there for a long time after everyone else had left, looking at the canal where the baby had disappeared, trying to understand how the world could contain this much evil. That scene repeated itself dozens of times over the following months. Babies seized from mothers and thrown into the Nile. Toddlers who were old enough to walk but still young enough to be targeted, grabbed from the streets and murdered. Sometimes the killings were done by Egyptian soldiers following orders. Sometimes they were done by Egyptian civilians who wanted to curry favor with Pharaoh, or who simply enjoyed having power over the Hebrews. The Nile became a graveyard for Hebrew children, their small bodies feeding the crocodiles and fish, their deaths unmarked by any ceremony or memorial. Hebrew mothers developed elaborate systems for hiding their sons. When a boy was born, the birth was kept as secret as possible. The mother would labor in silence, biting down on cloth to muffle her screams, because making too much noise might alert Egyptian neighbors that a birth was happening. Once the baby was born, he was kept hidden inside the dwelling, never taken outside, never allowed to cry loud enough that the sound would carry beyond the walls. Windows were covered. Visitors were limited to only the most trusted friends and family. The baby essentially lived in hiding from his first breath. This hiding could only last so long. Babies grow. They get louder. They become harder to conceal. Most families managed to hide their sons for the first few months, but after that it became nearly impossible. The baby would need fresh air, would need to see sunlight, would need to be taken outside occasionally, or risk becoming sick from being confined indoors. And once the baby was outside, the danger multiplied exponentially. Every outing was a gamble with death. Your own youngest son was born just a few months after the decree was issued. When your wife told you she was pregnant, your first emotion was terror. What if it's a boy, you thought? What if we have to watch our child be murdered? You prayed for a daughter with a desperation that felt like blasphemy, praying for one specific outcome when you knew you should accept whatever God gave you. Your wife prayed too. Every night she would place her hands on her swelling belly and whisper prayers for a daughter, for a child who would be allowed to live. When the time came for the birth, you waited outside the dwelling with your other children, listening to your wife's labored breathing and occasional cries. The midwife was inside with her, one of the brave women who had defied Pharaoh's original order. You paced back and forth, unable to sit still, unable to think about anything except what was happening inside. Would you have a son or a daughter? And if you had a son, what would you do? Could you hide him? For how long? What kind of life would that be for a child, never going outside, never playing with other children, always hiding? The baby's first cry answered your question. You knew immediately from the sound, from some quality in the pitch or tone, that you had a son. Your heart lurched with love and terror simultaneously. The midwife came out a few minutes later and confirmed it. A boy. Healthy. Already nursing. Congratulations. She said the last word with a sadness that acknowledged a complicated reality of congratulating someone on having a son who would be hunted from birth. You went inside and saw your wife holding the baby, tears streaming down her face, and you knew she was feeling the same mixture of emotions. Joy at new life, dread at what that life would entail. You managed to hide him for 4 months. 4 months of keeping him inside, of covering his mouth when he started to cry, of living in constant fear that an Egyptian would hear him or see him or somehow find out about him. It was exhausting for the whole family. Your other children had to be quiet all the time, couldn't play normally, couldn't do anything that might draw attention. Your wife barely slept because the baby needed to be fed frequently, and his crying had to be stopped immediately before it got loud enough to hear outside. You came home from work each day terrified that you'd find your family devastated, your son gone, because an Egyptian had discovered him while you were at the brick pits. Other families were going through the same ordeal. You'd see women in the quarter with that particular look of exhausted terror that meant they were hiding a son. You'd hear about families who had been discovered, who had lost their boys to the Nile. Each story was a fresh wound. Each murdered child was a reminder that your son could be next. The stress was unbearable, and yet you bore it, because what choice did you have? You couldn't kill your own son. You couldn't give him up voluntarily. All you could do was hide him and pray and hope that somehow he would survive. The genocide wasn't completely successful. The midwives' initial defiance bought time for many boys to survive past the most vulnerable first weeks. Hebrew families got better at hiding their sons, developing more sophisticated methods of concealment. Some boys were moved between dwellings frequently, never staying in one place long enough to be discovered. Some were disguised as girls when they had to be taken outside. Some were hidden in storage areas or in the small gardens that some families maintained. The resistance was quiet and desperate, but it was resistance nonetheless. And then there was Moses. His story became known to everyone in the Hebrew community, partly because it was so unusual, and partly because it gave people hope. A Hebrew woman named Jochebed had hidden her son for 3 months, but when she couldn't hide him any longer, she did something that must have taken unimaginable courage. She made a basket from papyrus reeds, sealed it with pitch to make it waterproof, placed her baby inside, and set it floating in the Nile among the reeds near where Pharaoh's daughter bathed. It was an act of faith that bordered on madness. She was putting her son directly into the danger that all Hebrew mothers were trying to avoid. But miraculously and possibly, Pharaoh's daughter found the basket. She opened it and saw the crying baby, and immediately knew he was Hebrew. The decree said she should kill him or call for guards to kill him. Instead, she decided to keep him. She adopted him as her own son, taking him to live in Pharaoh's palace, giving him an Egyptian name, Moses, which sounds like the Hebrew word for drawn out, because she drew him out of the water. And through an arrangement that could only have been divine providence, Jochebed herself was hired as Moses' nurse, which meant she got to raise her own son while he lived under Pharaoh's protection. The story spread through the Hebrew community like fire. A Hebrew boy raised in Pharaoh's palace. A Hebrew child who would grow up with every advantage, educated in Egyptian wisdom, trained in leadership and administration. What could this mean? Was God preparing someone to deliver the Hebrew people? Or was it just a beautiful story that would ultimately go nowhere, one child saved while thousands more died? No one knew, but the story gave people something they desperately needed: hope. The genocide continued for years, though its intensity varied depending on how vigorously Pharaoh chose to enforce it. Some periods were worse than others. Sometimes the Egyptians would sweep through the Hebrew quarter, actively searching for boys, and many would be found and killed. Other times the enforcement was more passive, opportunistic killings when Egyptians happened to see Hebrew boys. But the threat never went away completely. Even now, years later, you still feel anxiety when you take your sons outside. They're older now, less obviously babies, but still targets under the decree. You wonder if they'll ever be safe. The decree changed something fundamental in the Hebrew psyche. It moved the community from oppressed to actively endangered. It moved Pharaoh from a cruel master to a genocidal monster. And it planted seeds of desperation that would eventually grow into the willingness to risk everything for freedom. Because when a society is trying to murder your children, you have nothing left to lose. When the present is this unbearable, any future, no matter how uncertain, starts to look appealing. The genocide was meant to destroy the Hebrew people. Instead, it became the catalyst that would eventually drive them to demand liberation. You don't know this yet, of course. You don't know that Moses, that baby who was drawn from the Nile, will grow up to confront Pharaoh and demand freedom for his people. You don't know about the plagues that will devastate Egypt, or the miraculous exodus that will come. You just know that you're living through a nightmare that seems like it will never end. But somewhere deep in your heart, in the place where faith lives, you believe that God has not forgotten you. You believe that these children who are being hunted and murdered are still precious in God's sight. And you believe that someday, somehow, there will be justice for all this suffering. Until then, you hide your sons. You whisper prayers over them in the darkness. You teach them their heritage in secret, and you survive one day at a time through the genocide that was meant to destroy you, but somehow, impossibly, hasn't succeeded yet. Now that you've walked through a day in the life of a Hebrew slave, now that you've experienced the heat and the hunger and the fear, let's be completely honest with each other. You wouldn't survive this. Neither would I, neither would almost anyone living in the modern world. And it's not because we're weak or cowardly or lacking in character. It's because the gap between our lives and the lives of ancient slaves is so vast, so enormous, that crossing it would be almost impossible. Let's talk about why. Start with the most basic thing: your body. Your physical body as it exists right now, shaped by modern life and modern comforts. Unless you happen to be an elite athlete or someone who does intense manual labor for a living, your body is not prepared for the kind of work that Hebrew slaves did. You probably spend most of your day sitting, at a desk, in a car, on a couch. Even if you exercise regularly, even if you go to the gym or run or do yoga, you're not preparing your body for 14 hours of backbreaking, labor in extreme heat with no breaks and minimal food and water. The physical conditioning required to survive as a slave took years to develop. Hebrew children grew up doing hard work from the time they could walk. By the time they were teenagers, their bodies had adapted. Their muscles had developed in specific ways. Their cardiovascular systems had strengthened. Their bones had thickened. Their hands had calloused. They became physically capable of work that would hospitalize most modern people within hours. You don't have that conditioning. Your body would rebel almost immediately. Think about what would happen to you on that first day in the brick pits. You'd bend down to scoop mud and your back would protest. You've probably heard about proper lifting technique, about bending your knees and keeping your back straight. But you'd have to bend thousands of times in a day, and your body simply isn't built for that repetition. By hour 3, your lower back would be screaming. By hour 6, you'd be in so much pain that every movement would be agony. By hour 10, you might not be able to stand up straight anymore, and you'd still have 4 more hours to go. Your hands would be destroyed. You probably have soft hands, relatively speaking. Maybe some calluses if you do certain activities, but nothing like the thick, protective layer that slaves developed over years of handling rough materials. The wooden frames would give you blisters within the first hour. Those blisters would burst and bleed. The mud would get into the open wounds. Your hands would become infected masses of pain, and you'd have to keep using them, keep grabbing rough wood and hot mud, because there's no option to stop and let them heal. The heat alone would probably kill you. Modern people, especially those living in climate-controlled environments, have lost the ability to function in extreme temperatures. You spend your life moving between air-conditioned spaces. Your car is climate-controlled. Your home is climate-controlled. Your workplace is climate-controlled. When you do go outside in the heat, it's usually for brief periods, and you have water bottles and shade, and the option to go back inside if it gets too uncomfortable. You've never had to work for 14 hours in 115-degree heat with minimal water. Your body doesn't know how to do that. It would go into heat stroke and you'd collapse, and without immediate medical intervention, you'd die. Let's talk about the food, or lack of it. You're used to eating when you're hungry. You're used to eating until you're full. You're used to having choices about what you eat, when you eat, how much you eat. You've probably never experienced real starvation, the kind where your body starts consuming itself because there's no external source of calories. That first day on slave rations, you'd be so hungry you couldn't think straight. That first week, you'd lose weight rapidly. That first month, you'd start to develop deficiency diseases because you're not getting enough vitamins and minerals. Your immune system would weaken. Your muscles would waste away. Your cognitive function would decline. And it would just keep getting worse. Many modern people have dietary restrictions or food allergies. Maybe you're lactose intolerant or gluten sensitive or allergic to certain foods. As a slave, you'd have no choice about what you ate. You'd get barley bread, whether or not you can digest barley. You'd get fish, whether or not you're allergic to seafood. You'd get garlic and onions, whether or not they agree with your stomach. And if the food made you sick, too bad. You'd still have to work. You'd still have to meet your quota. There's no accommodation for dietary needs in slavery. The water situation would be unbearable for you. You're used to clean, filtered water available on demand. You probably drink water from bottles or from a tap that's been treated to remove contaminants. The water that slaves drank came straight from the Nile, muddy and warm and full of bacteria and parasites. Your modern digestive system, which has never been exposed to these pathogens, would rebel immediately. You'd get dysentery within days. And without modern medicine, without antibiotics and 4 fluids and proper sanitation, dysentery would kill you. It's that simple. Your medical needs alone would probably be your undoing. Do you wear glasses or contact lenses? You wouldn't have them as a slave. If you're significantly nearsighted or farsighted, you'd be functionally disabled, unable to see what you're doing, unable to navigate your environment safely. Do you take any medications? For diabetes, for high blood pressure, for thyroid conditions, for mental health, for anything at all? You wouldn't have those medications. Whatever condition you take medicine for would go untreated, and depending on the severity, that might kill you in days or weeks or months. Do you have asthma? The dust from the brick pits would trigger constant attacks, and you'd have no inhaler. Do you have allergies? The pollen and dust and animal dander would make you miserable, and you'd have no antihistamines. Do you have any kind of chronic pain condition? You'd have no pain medication at all, just the pain itself getting worse as you did heavy labor day after day. Do you have dental issues? There would be no dentist to fix your cavities or infected teeth. You'd just live with the pain until the infection spread and killed you. Mental health would be another enormous challenge. Many people today struggle with anxiety, depression, PTSD, or other mental health conditions. Modern treatments, whether medication or therapy or both, help people manage these conditions and live functional lives. As a slave, you'd have no access to any of that. Your anxiety would be amplified by real constant danger. Your depression would deepen under the weight of hopelessness. Your trauma would compound daily with new horrors. And with no treatment, no support system, no coping mechanisms, except the ones you could develop on your own, many people would simply break under the psychological weight. The lack of basic hygiene would drive you to distraction. You're used to showering daily, probably with hot water and soap and shampoo. You're used to clean clothes, to deodorant, to toothpaste and dental floss. You're used to toilets and toilet paper and privacy when you use the bathroom. As a slave, you'd have none of that. You'd wash occasionally in a canal full of other people's dirt. You'd wear the same filthy tunic day after day. Your teeth would rot. Your skin would be constantly dirty. You'd smell terrible, and everyone around you would smell terrible, and there would be nothing you could do about it. For people raised with modern standards of cleanliness, this psychological adjustment alone would be overwhelming. Sleep deprivation would break you faster than you might think. You're probably used to sleeping on a comfortable mattress in a quiet room with climate control and darkness and privacy. As a slave, you'd sleep on a thin mat on the ground in a crowded room with other people's noise and movement and smell all around you in whatever temperature the night happened to be. You'd wake up stiff and sore every morning, never truly rested. And sleep deprivation has cumulative effects. After a few days of poor sleep, your cognitive function declines. After a few weeks, your physical health deteriorates. After a few months, your mental stability becomes questionable. You'd be making bricks in a state of semi-consciousness, zombie-like, barely aware of what you're doing. The language barrier would be significant. You'd be thrust into a world where the people in power speak Egyptian, a language you don't know. Commands would be given in words you don't understand. You'd have to learn by watching, by trial and error, by being punished when you get it wrong. Even among the Hebrew slaves, assuming you were Hebrew, the language they speak would be ancient Hebrew, completely different from any modern language. You'd be linguistically isolated, unable to communicate effectively, unable to ask for help or explain your needs or understand what's happening around you. The cultural shock would be disorienting beyond anything you've experienced. Everything about ancient Egypt would be foreign to you. The social customs, the religious practices, the way people interact with each other, the unspoken rules that everyone else knows but you don't. You'd violate norms without meaning to. You'd offend people accidentally. You'd struggle to understand what's expected of you in social situations. And in a slave society where any misstep can result in punishment, your cultural ignorance would be dangerous. Your sense of time would be completely disrupted. You're used to clocks and calendars, to knowing exactly what time it is and what day it is. You structure your life around these measurements. As a slave in ancient Egypt, there are no clocks. Time is measured by the sun's position, by the call to work, by the distribution of food. Days blur together because they're all the same. You'd lose track of how long you'd been enslaved. Weeks would feel like months. Months would feel like years. The psychological effect of this temporal disorientation would be profound. Technology dependence would hit you hard. Think about how many times a day you use technology. Your phone, your computer, your car, your appliances. You use technology to communicate, to navigate, to entertain yourself, to solve problems. All of that would be gone. You'd have to do everything manually, using only your hands and simple tools. You'd have no way to look up information, no way to calculate things quickly, no way to document your thoughts or communicate with distant people. For someone raised in the digital age, this would feel like losing a limb. Social isolation would crush you emotionally. You're used to having friends, family, a social network. You're used to being able to communicate with loved ones, to share your experiences, to receive emotional support. As a slave suddenly transported from your time to ancient Egypt, you'd have none of that. Everyone you knew would be gone. You'd be completely alone in a hostile world. Even if you eventually made friends among the other slaves, they wouldn't understand where you came from or what you'd lost. The grief of that isolation would be overwhelming. Your expectations of fairness and justice would torment you. You've been raised in a society that at least nominally values human rights, that has laws against slavery and torture and murder. You expect that if you work hard, you'll be rewarded. You expect that if you're treated unjustly, there will be some recourse. Ancient Egypt operates on completely different principles. Hard work doesn't lead to reward, only to more work. Injustice has no recourse. Cruelty is normal. You'd keep expecting things to make sense, to be fair, and they never would be. That cognitive dissonance would drive you mad. Your lack of survival skills would be crippling. Do you know how to make bricks by hand? Do you know how to work clay? Do you know which plants are edible and which are poisonous? Do you know how to start a fire without matches? Do you know how to treat a wound without modern medicine? Do you know how to navigate without GPS? Most modern people have been so insulated from basic survival needs that they've lost the knowledge of how to meet those needs manually. You'd be learning everything from scratch, and every mistake could be fatal. Physical pain tolerance would be another issue. Modern people have access to pain relief for everything from headaches to major injuries. You probably take ibuprofen for minor aches. You'd get local anesthesia for dental work. You'd get prescription painkillers for serious pain. As a slave, you'd have no pain relief at all. You'd have to work through pain that would normally send you to a hospital. You'd have to sleep with pain that would normally keep you awake. You'd have to function despite your body screaming at you to stop. Most people's pain tolerance simply isn't high enough for this. The lack of hope would be spiritually devastating. You're used to having goals, to planning for the future, to believing that your life can improve. As a slave, you'd have no realistic hope that things would get better. This is your life now and forever. You'd watch your body deteriorate. You'd watch your children grow up into the same slavery. You'd see no end, no escape, no possibility of change. That hopelessness is a poison that destroys people from the inside. Many people would choose death over living with that level of despair. Children raised in modern society are especially ill-equipped for slavery. They've been protected, nurtured, educated. They've been taught that they have value, that their opinions matter, that they should stand up for themselves. All of that would work against them in slavery. A child who talks back to a taskmaster would be beaten or killed. A child who can't do heavy labor would be punished. A child who questions authority would be broken. The psychological damage would be immense and irreversible. Even something as simple as the lack of entertainment would be harder than you think. You're used to being able to distract yourself when you're bored or stressed. You can watch videos, listen to music, read books, play games, scroll through social media. These distractions help you cope with difficult emotions. As a slave, you'd have nothing. Just work and exhaustion and sleep and more work. No distractions, no escape. Just the grinding reality of your situation, day after day after day. The mental toll of that would be staggering. Your modern ethical framework would cause constant internal conflict. You believe slavery is wrong. You believe that all people have inherent dignity and rights. You believe in equality and justice. But you'd be living in a system that violates all of those beliefs, and you'd be powerless to change it. You'd witness atrocities and be unable to stop them. You'd be forced to participate in your own oppression. The moral injury of this would scar your soul. You'd struggle with guilt and shame and anger that had no productive outlet. The simple truth is that ancient peoples were tougher than modern people in every measurable way, not because they were inherently superior, but because their lives demanded it. They were naturally selected for survival in harsh conditions. The weak died young. The strong survived and had children. Generation after generation, the population became more resilient. Modern people have been living in relative comfort for only a few generations, but that's been enough to make us soft in ways we don't even recognize. We've lost a physical and mental toughness that our ancestors had by necessity. This isn't meant to make you feel bad about yourself. It's just reality. You're adapted to your environment, just as the Hebrew slaves were adapted to theirs. But if you were suddenly dropped into their environment, you'd be catastrophically mismatched. You'd be trying to survive in conditions your body and mind are completely unprepared for, and the result would be predictable. You'd suffer intensely. You'd struggle desperately. And very likely, you'd die relatively quickly. So when you think about the Hebrew slaves, when you read about them in biblical texts or learn about them in history, remember that these were people of extraordinary resilience. They survived conditions that would destroy most people today. They endured suffering that we can barely imagine. They maintained their humanity and their faith and their culture, despite every effort to strip those things away. They were quite simply much tougher than we are. And that's not a comfortable realization, but it's an important one. It should give us humility. It should give us gratitude for the comforts we have. And it should give us profound respect for the people who came before us and survived the unsurvivable. You wouldn't last a day as a Hebrew slave in Egypt. But they lasted years, decades, generations. They outlasted Pharaoh's cruelty. They outlasted the genocide. They outlasted slavery itself. And eventually, impossibly, they walked out of Egypt as free people. That's the kind of strength and endurance that modern people can barely comprehend. That's the legacy of the Hebrew slaves. And that's why their story still matters thousands of years later. Let's step back now from the general experience of slavery and focus on two specific women whose courage changed the course of history. Their names were Shiphrah and Puah, and they were Hebrew midwives living in Egypt during the worst period of oppression. These weren't mythical heroines or legendary figures invented to inspire later generations. They were real women doing real work in impossible circumstances, and when they were ordered to commit genocide, they refused. Their story is one of quiet resistance, brilliant deception, and the kind of courage that most people never have to find within themselves. Midwifery in ancient Egypt was respected work, though it was also dangerous and demanding. Midwives were the experts who attended births, who knew how to position a laboring mother, how to massage her belly to help the baby descend, how to turn a breech baby, how to stop hemorrhaging after delivery. They knew which herbs could ease pain or speed labor or prevent infection. They knew prayers and rituals that were supposed to protect mother and child. This knowledge was passed down from older midwives to younger ones through years of apprenticeship. It was a sacred trust, this business of bringing new life into the world. Shiphrah and Puah were apparently the chief midwives, the leaders of a larger network of women who attended Hebrew births. Their names suggest their characters. Shiphrah means something like beauty or fairness, while Puah means splendid or radiant. Whether these were their given names or titles they'd earned, they represented women who had achieved status and respect within their community. They were probably middle-aged or older, experienced enough to have attended hundreds of births, skilled enough to handle complications that would have defeated less knowledgeable midwives. Imagine their daily work before Pharaoh's decree. They would be called at any hour of the day or night when a Hebrew woman went into labor. They would gather their supplies, simple tools and herbs and cloths, and hurry to the dwelling where the woman was laboring. Birth in ancient times was always dangerous for both mother and child. There were no hospitals, no surgical interventions, no emergency procedures. If something went wrong during delivery, the midwife had to solve the problem with her hands and her knowledge and her prayers, or both mother and child would die. The birthing chamber would be hot and cramped, lit by oil lamps that gave off more smoke than light. The laboring woman would be squatting or kneeling, supported by female relatives, her body straining with each contraction. The midwife would kneel in front of her, hands ready to receive the baby when it crowned. She would murmur encouragement, would tell the woman when to push and when to breathe, would use all her skill to ease the baby's passage into the world. And when the baby finally emerged, slippery and crying, the midwife would cut the umbilical cord, would wipe the baby clean, would place the newborn on the mother's chest. This moment, this transition from pregnancy to motherhood, was sacred. The midwife was the facilitator of that miracle. Then came Pharaoh's decree, and everything changed. Shiphrah and Puah were summoned to appear before Pharaoh himself, an audience that would have been terrifying even without the content of what he was going to say. They would have been brought to the palace, that massive structure of stone and gold and painted walls, through corridors where Egyptian nobles walked in their fine linen and expensive jewelry. They would have been made to wait, 2 Hebrew midwives in their simple clothes, surrounded by wealth and power that dwarfed anything in their experience. And then they would have been brought before Pharaoh. Picture that moment. Pharaoh sitting on his throne, elevated above everyone else, his face painted with kohl around the eyes, his false beard attached to his chin, symbols of his divinity and authority, his advisors and guards standing nearby, and Shiphrah and Puah, 2 women from an enslaved people, standing before the most powerful man in their world. Pharaoh would not have looked at them as human beings. He would have seen them as tools, instruments to be used for his purposes. And his purpose was genocide. The order was clear and unambiguous. When you attend Hebrew births, Pharaoh said, you will kill every boy. If the baby is a girl, let her live. If the baby is a boy, kill him before you cut the umbilical cord. Strangle him with the cord. Suffocate him. Let him die before he takes his first breath. Make it look like a stillbirth. Tell the mother her son was born dead. Dispose of the body. Do this with every Hebrew boy from now on, and you will be helping Egypt eliminate a threat to national security. Refuse, and you will be executed for treason. Think about what this order meant to women whose entire professional identity was built around preserving life. Midwives don't kill babies. They save babies. They fight to keep both mother and child alive through the dangerous process of birth. They celebrate when they place a healthy newborn in a mother's arms. They grieve when a baby is stillborn or when complications lead to death. Their whole purpose, their calling, was to facilitate life. And now they were being ordered to become executioners. The penalty for refusing was death. Pharaoh made that clear. These were not suggestions. These were royal decrees, and disobeying a royal decree was treason punishable by execution. Shiphrah and Puah would have understood the stakes. They could obey and live as murderers. They could refuse and be killed immediately. Or they could find a third option, some way to resist without openly defying Pharaoh. They needed time to think, time to plan. So they bowed and left the palace, giving no indication of what they intended to do. What happened next shows the brilliance of these women. They went back to their community and continued their work, but they did not kill babies. Every Hebrew boy born after Pharaoh's decree was allowed to live. When boys were born, Shiphrah and Puah cut their cords and cleaned them and placed them in their mother's arms exactly as they had always done. They continued to celebrate life and to facilitate the miracle of birth. They simply ignored Pharaoh's order. betting that it would take time before he noticed that Hebrew boys were still being born. And they were right. Weeks passed, maybe months. Hebrew women continued to give birth to boys, and those boys survived. The genocide that was supposed to happen quietly, one birth at a time, wasn't happening. Eventually, word got back to Pharaoh that his order wasn't being followed. Hebrew boys were still alive, still being born, still growing up to become potential threats. Pharaoh summoned the midwives again. This second audience must have been even more terrifying than the first. Now Pharaoh was angry. Now he knew they had disobeyed. Shiphrah and Puah stood before him again, and this time the question was direct. Why have you done this? Why have you let the boys live? I gave you a clear order. Why haven't you followed it? The threat was implicit. Give me a good answer or face execution. This was the moment when their lives hung in the balance. And Shiphrah and Puah lied brilliantly. They told Pharaoh that Hebrew women were not like Egyptian women. Hebrew women were vigorous, they said, strong, animalistic. They gave birth so quickly that by the time the midwives arrived, the babies were already born. The mothers had already cut the cords themselves. The babies were already crying. There was nothing the midwives could do. The boys were alive before the midwives could get there to kill them. It wasn't the midwives' fault. It was just the nature of Hebrew women, who apparently birthed like animals rather than like civilized people. The lie was perfect because it played into Egyptian prejudices. Egyptians already viewed Hebrews as inferior, as primitive, as more animal than human. The idea that Hebrew women gave birth quickly and easily, like cattle or sheep, would have seemed plausible to Egyptian ears. It reinforced what Egyptians already believed about Hebrews, and it gave Pharaoh an explanation for why his decree wasn't working that didn't require him to punish the midwives. He could accept their story and move on to other methods of enforcement. Pharaoh believed them, or at least he chose not to investigate further. The midwives were dismissed. They walked out of the palace alive, having lied to Pharaoh's face and gotten away with it. And they went back to their work, continuing to save Hebrew boys, continuing to resist genocide through the simple act of doing their jobs with integrity. They had defied the most powerful man in Egypt and survived. They had chosen conscience over obedience. They had chosen life over expedience. The text says that God blessed the midwives for their faithfulness, giving them families of their own. This is significant because it suggests they may have been barren before, a condition that in ancient times was viewed as a curse or divine punishment. Their reward for saving other women's children was to have children of their own. It's a beautiful parallel, this idea that women who preserved life were blessed with life, and it reinforces the moral of the story. Obedience to human authority is not absolute. When human authority commands evil, the righteous response is disobedience. Think about the ripple effects of what Shiphrah and Puah did. Every Hebrew boy who was born during the period when Pharaoh's order should have been enforced, but wasn't. That boy survived because of these two women. Dozens of boys, maybe hundreds, depending on how long they were able to maintain their deception. Each of those boys grew up to become a man. Each had children of his own eventually. Each contributed to the survival and continuity of the Hebrew people. The midwives didn't just save individual lives. They saved the future. Moses himself was born during this period. The timeline in Exodus suggests that Moses was born after Pharaoh's initial decree, but possibly while the midwives were still protecting newborns. It's possible, even likely, that Moses' birth was attended by midwives who had been instructed to kill him but refused. It's possible that Shiphrah or Puah themselves were present when Moses was born, that they cut his cord and cleaned him, and handed him to Jochebed, his mother. If so, they had no idea they were saving the future deliverer of their people. They just knew it was a baby boy who deserved to live. The courage of the midwives became legendary among the Hebrew people. Their story was told and retold, passed down through generations as an example of faithful resistance. When the Israelites later compiled their sacred texts, they made sure to include the names of these women. Shiphrah and Puah are named in Scripture, while most pharaohs are not. The oppressor's name was forgotten or deliberately omitted, but the names of the women who defied him were preserved. That's not an accident. It's a statement about whose actions mattered more in the long arc of history. What Shiphrah and Puah did was civil disobedience in its purest form. They recognized that Pharaoh's law conflicted with the higher law, the divine prohibition against murder. They chose to obey the higher law even though doing so put them at risk. They didn't organize a rebellion. They didn't attack the system violently. They simply continued doing what was right and refused to do what was wrong. And through that simple, faithful obedience to conscience, they undermined Pharaoh's genocidal plan. Their example became a model for how to resist unjust authority. You don't always have to fight with weapons. Sometimes you fight by simply refusing to cooperate with evil. Sometimes resistance looks like a midwife protecting babies she's been ordered to kill. Sometimes courage looks like lying to power in order to preserve life. Sometimes heroism is quiet and domestic and easy to overlook, but it matters just as much as the loud, dramatic heroism of warriors and kings. The midwives also showed that women could be agents of resistance and change in societies that gave them little power. They had no political authority. They weren't wealthy. They weren't connected to powerful families. They were working women, skilled laborers who attended births. That was their sphere of influence, and they used it for good. They proved that you don't need official power to make a difference. You just need courage and creativity and commitment to doing what's right, regardless of the cost. After Pharaoh realized that the midwives' method wasn't working, he expanded the decree. Now all Egyptians were commanded to throw Hebrew boys into the Nile. The genocide became public and violent rather than hidden and medicalized. But by then, the midwives had already accomplished something crucial. They had bought time, they had saved lives, they had shown that Pharaoh's power wasn't absolute, that even his direct orders could be resisted by clever, brave people. They had planted seeds of hope in a community that desperately needed it. Shiphrah and Puah disappeared from the biblical narrative after their confrontation with Pharaoh. We don't know what happened to them afterward. Did they continue as midwives? Did they have the families that God promised them? Did they live to see the Exodus, to witness the vindication of their faith and courage? The text doesn't say. They fade into the background, their work done, their names preserved, but their fates unknown. Maybe that's appropriate. They weren't seeking glory or recognition. They were just doing what they believed was right, one birth at a time. But their legacy lived on in every Hebrew boy they saved, in every family they kept intact, in every parent who got to raise their son instead of burying him. Their legacy lived on in the Hebrew people's understanding that obedience to God takes precedence over obedience to earthly rulers. Their legacy lived on in the tradition of civil disobedience that would appear again and again throughout Jewish and Christian history, people refusing to cooperate with injustice even at great personal cost. When you think about the great heroes of the Exodus story, you probably think of Moses who confronted Pharaoh, or Aaron who spoke for him, or Miriam who led the women in celebration after crossing the Red Sea. But the story actually begins with two midwives whose names most people have never heard. It begins with Shiphrah and Puah choosing life over death, choosing courage over fear, choosing obedience to conscience over obedience to tyranny. They were the first heroes of the liberation story. They were the ones who kept hope alive when Pharaoh tried to murder it in the womb. And for that their names deserve to be remembered forever. Now let's shift perspectives entirely and look at the slavery system from the other side. Let's spend a day with an Egyptian taskmaster, one of the men who enforced Pharaoh's will, who carried the whip, who made sure the quotas were met. His name is Kenti, and he's been working as an overseer of Hebrew slaves for 8 years now. Understanding his life doesn't excuse what he does. Nothing could excuse it. But understanding how ordinary people become instruments of oppression is important if we want to comprehend how systems of cruelty function and persist. Kenti wakes up in his home in the Egyptian quarter, a modest but comfortable dwelling made of good quality mud brick with a real wooden door and several rooms. He sleeps on a proper bed frame with a woven mat stretched across it, far more comfortable than the thin mats the slaves use. His wife is already awake, preparing the morning meal. There's fresh bread made from wheat flour, not the coarse barley that slaves eat. There's honey to spread on the bread. There's beer, that nutritious fermented drink that's a staple of the Egyptian diet. There are dates and figs. This is a normal breakfast, nothing extravagant by Egyptian standards, but it contains more calories and nutrients than a slave will get in an entire day. Kenti eats his breakfast while his 2 children play nearby. His son is 7, his daughter is 4. They're healthy and well-fed, their skin clear, their eyes bright. They have toys carved from wood, little animals and dolls that their father bought from a craftsman in the market. They don't know that their father's work involves beating people. They just know that he goes away during the day and comes back at night, sometimes tired, sometimes in a good mood, sometimes angry about things they don't understand. He's just their father, and they love him. After breakfast, Kenti prepares for work. He puts on his work tunic, made of good linen, much finer than what slaves wear. He straps on his sandals, proper papyrus sandals that protect his feet from the hot sand. He picks up his most important tool, the whip. It's made of braided leather, about 6 feet long with a wooden handle. He's carried this whip every day for 8 years. It's worn smooth where his hand grips it. The leather has dark stains that are probably blood, though he's never looked too closely. The whip is just a tool, he tells himself, like a carpenter's hammer or a farmer's plow. It's what his job requires. He kisses his wife goodbye and pats his children on their heads. Then he walks out into the morning air, joining other Egyptian workers heading to their jobs. Some are going to administrative positions in government buildings. Some are going to work in temples. Some are skilled craftsmen heading to workshops. Kenti is going to supervise slaves, which is considered necessary work but not particularly prestigious. It's a job for middle-class Egyptians, men who need income but don't have specialized skills or family connections to get better positions. The walk to the brick pits takes about 20 minutes. Kenty walks through the Egyptian quarter, then through the transitional area where the two populations mix, then past the Hebrew quarter where the slaves live. He tries not to look too closely at the Hebrew dwellings. They're so cramped and poor that they make him uncomfortable. He tells himself that Hebrews prefer to live that way, that they're not like Egyptians, that they don't need or want the same comforts. It's easier to believe that than to acknowledge the suffering his people have inflicted. When he arrives at the brick pits, the other taskmasters are already there. There are 5 of them assigned to this work site, supervising about 200 slaves. The men greet each other with the casual camaraderie of co-workers. They joke about things that happened yesterday. They complain about their supervisors. They talk about their families. They're just men doing their job, or at least that's how they see themselves. The fact that their job involves brutality doesn't come up in conversation. It's just assumed, normalized, not worth commenting on. Kenty's supervisor arrives shortly after, an Egyptian official named Amenhotep, who reports directly to the Royal Building Projects Administration. Amenhotep is the one who sets the daily quotas, who decides which slaves are falling behind, who determines what punishments are appropriate. He's harder than the taskmasters, more demanding, less patient. He's under pressure from above to meet production targets, and he passes that pressure down the chain to the taskmasters, who pass it down to the slaves. This is how systems of oppression work. Everyone is afraid of the person above them, so they take it out on the person below them. Amenhotep gathers the taskmasters for a brief meeting before the slaves arrive. The quotas need to increase, he says. Pharaoh wants more bricks faster. The new palace complex is behind schedule. So starting today, each slave needs to produce 1,200 bricks instead of 1,000. The taskmasters groan. They know this means more beatings, more slaves failing to meet quotas, more problems to manage. But they don't argue. Amenhotep has made the decision, which means it came from higher up, which means it's not negotiable. The slaves start arriving as the sun rises. Kenty watches them shuffle in, these thin, tired men who look older than they probably are. He knows some of them by sight, though he's never bothered to learn their names. There's no point in learning names. Slaves are interchangeable. If one dies, another takes his place. What matters is production, not individuals. This is what Kenty has been taught, what he believes, what allows him to do his job without breaking down. The work begins, and Kenty patrols his section of the brick pits. He watches the slaves working, looking for anyone who's moving too slowly, anyone who seems to be slacking off. His job is to keep them productive, to make sure they're working as hard as possible for as many hours as possible. When he sees someone not working fast enough, he shouts at them first. Usually that's enough. The threat of violence is often more effective than violence itself. The slaves have learned to respond to his voice, to work faster when he's nearby. But sometimes shouting isn't enough. Sometimes a slave is genuinely unable to work faster because they're sick or injured or just too exhausted. Sometimes a slave has given up and doesn't care anymore about threats. For those cases, Kenty uses the whip. He walks up behind the slow worker and strikes without warning. The whip cracks against the slave's back, leaving a red welt. The slave cries out, flinches, but usually starts working faster. That's the point. The pain is a motivator. It keeps them productive. This is what Canty tells himself. He's not being cruel. He's just doing his job efficiently. There's a moment around mid-morning when a slave collapses from heat exhaustion. One moment the man is working, the next he's on the ground, unconscious. Canty walks over and looks down at him. The slave is still breathing, but he's obviously in bad shape. His skin is gray. He's not sweating anymore, which is a bad sign. Canty has seen heat stroke before. Sometimes people recover, sometimes they don't. He signals to two other slaves to drag the unconscious man to the side, out of the way. Then he goes back to supervising. There's nothing else to do. There's no medical care for slaves. Either the man will wake up and be able to continue working, or he won't. Either way, it's not Canty's problem. At midday, Canty takes his break. He walks to the shade structure where the taskmasters rest, sits down on a stool, and drinks from a jar of cool water. There's food here too, bread and fish and vegetables, much better than what the slaves get. Canty eats while watching the slaves continue to work. They don't get a break at midday, not today. Amenhotep said they need to make up time, so they work straight through. Canty can see that some of them are struggling badly in the peak heat. A few look like they might collapse. He makes a mental note to watch those ones carefully. If too many collapse, it will reflect badly on him. One of the other taskmasters, a man named Seneb, sits down next to Canty. Seneb is older, has been doing this work for 15 years. He's more brutal than Canty, quicker to use the whip, less bothered by the suffering he causes. They sit in silence for a while, eating and drinking, watching the slaves work. Then Seneb says something that Canty has heard before, but that still makes him uncomfortable. The Hebrews are getting weaker, Seneb says. They're not as strong as they used to be. Too much breeding among themselves, probably. Bad bloodlines. They might need to bring in slaves from other regions to replace them. Canty doesn't respond. He's not sure he agrees, but he's not sure he disagrees either. He's noticed the same thing Seneb has, that slaves seem to be dying faster than they used to, that the workforce seems more fragile. But he's never thought about why. It doesn't occur to him that the increased quotas and decreased rations might be killing people faster. It doesn't occur to him that the system itself might be unsustainable. He just sees the surface problem. Slaves aren't as productive as they should be, without seeing the deeper causes. The afternoon is when Canty's job gets harder. The heat is at its peak. The slaves have been working for hours. Exhaustion is setting in. This is when people start to fall behind on their quotas, when discipline problems emerge. Canty has to be more active, more vigilant, more willing to use force. He walks through his section with the whip in his hand, visible, a constant reminder of what happens to people who don't keep up. He shouts more. He strikes more. By mid-afternoon, he's sweating from the exertion of supervisory, and his throat is hoarse from yelling. There's a Hebrew foreman working in this section, a man named Pithom. Canty has a complicated relationship with him. On one hand, Dathan is useful because he can communicate with the slaves in Hebrew, can explain things that Canty can't, can sometimes motivate them more effectively than an Egyptian can. On the other hand, Canty doesn't trust him. Dathan is Hebrew, which means his loyalty is questionable. Is he really working for the Egyptians, or is he secretly working for his own people? Canty has never been able to decide. Today, Dathan approaches Keti with a problem. There's a slave who's injured, he says. The man cut his hand badly on a wooden frame and it's bleeding heavily. He can't work like this. He needs the bleeding stopped and the wound wrapped. Can he have a few minutes to tend to the injury? Keti considers the request. Allowing a slave to stop working sets a bad precedent. Others might fake injuries to get breaks. But if the man bleeds to death, that's one less worker. After a moment, Keti nods. 5 minutes, he says. Wrap the hand and get him back to work. Dathan thanks him and hurries off. Keti watches him go and feels a small flicker of something that might be compassion or might just be pragmatism. He's allowed the injured slave to get help, which is the right thing to do from a production standpoint. But he's also aware that he didn't make the decision out of concern for the slave's welfare. He made it because dead slaves don't make bricks. This distinction bothers him sometimes, in moments when he's alone and his mind wanders, but he pushes the thought away. It's not his job to care about slaves as people. It's his job to extract maximum productivity from them. That's what he's paid to do. As the day wears on, Keti finds himself getting angry at the slaves for no particular reason. They're working adequately. Most of them are meeting their quotas. There are no major problems. But he's angry anyway. Maybe it's the heat. Maybe it's the fact that his own supervisor has been putting pressure on him. Maybe it's something else. Some deeper frustration or unhappiness in his life that has nothing to do with work, but that he takes out on the people he has power over. Whatever the cause, he finds himself looking for reasons to use the whip, to punish someone, to assert his authority. He spots a slave who paused for just a moment, standing up straight to stretch his back. It's a tiny pause, maybe 5 seconds, completely reasonable given that the man has been bending over for hours. But Keti is in a mood, and the pause is enough. He walks over and strikes the slave across the shoulders without warning or explanation. The slave cries out and immediately returns to work, moving faster. Keti walks away feeling satisfied. He's maintained discipline. He's shown that even small infractions won't be tolerated. But later, thinking back on it, he feels a slight unease. The slave hadn't really done anything wrong. The punishment was excessive. But Keti pushes that thought away too. Second-guessing himself would make the job impossible. By late afternoon, Keti is exhausted. The heat, the constant vigilance, the shouting, the violence, all of it takes a toll. Being an overseer is physically easier than being a slave, obviously, but it's still draining in its own way. Keti's feet hurt from walking on hot sand all day. His voice is raspy from yelling. His arm is sore from using the whip. And there's a psychological weight to the work that he doesn't like to acknowledge. You can't spend all day watching suffering and causing suffering without it affecting you. Keti has become desensitized over the years, but he's not immune. Some nights he has bad dreams. Some days he drinks more beer than he should. Some moments he looks at his children and wonders what kind of man they think he is. Finally, as the sun begins to set, the workday ends. The slaves' bricks are counted and recorded. Most have met their quotas, though a few have fallen short. The ones who fell short will have their rations reduced, and Keti makes note of their names to report to Amenhotep. Then the slaves are dismissed, trudging back to their quarter, and the taskmasters prepare to leave as well. Keti is eager to go home, to wash, to eat a proper meal, to see his family, to stop thinking about bricks and quotas and suffering. On the walk home, Kenty passes through the Hebrew quarter again. It's evening now. There are people outside their dwellings, children playing, women cooking, men resting. For a moment, Kenty sees them as human beings. He sees a father holding a baby. He sees a little girl laughing at something. He sees an elderly woman being helped to sit down by younger relatives. These are people with families and relationships and emotions, just like him. The recognition is uncomfortable, so he looks away and walks faster. He doesn't want to think about them as people. It's easier not to. When he gets home, his wife has dinner ready. They eat together as a family, talking about ordinary things. His son tells him about a game he played with friends. His daughter shows him a drawing she made. His wife mentions that she saw a beautiful piece of jewelry in the market and hopes he might be able to afford it someday. It's all so normal, so domestic, so far removed from the brutality of his workday. This is the compartmentalization that allows Kenty to function. At work, he's a taskmaster who beats people. At home, he's a husband and father who loves his family. He keeps these two identities separate in his mind, never letting them touch. But tonight, as he lies down to sleep, the separation isn't working as well as usual. He keeps thinking about the slave he struck for no good reason. He keeps thinking about the man who collapsed from heat stroke. He keeps thinking about those faces in the Hebrew quarter, those children who look like his children, those families that look like his family. And he feels something that might be guilt or might be cognitive dissonance or might be the beginning of a moral awakening. But he pushes it down, forces it away, because acknowledging it would mean acknowledging that his entire life is built on injustice. Kenty tells himself the same things he always tells himself when these thoughts arise. The Hebrews are slaves because they're supposed to be slaves. It's the natural order of things. Egyptians are superior, and inferiors serve superiors. That's how society works. If he didn't do this job, someone else would, probably someone worse. At least he's not as cruel as some of the other taskmasters. At least he occasionally shows mercy. He's just a man trying to support his family, doing what society expects of him. None of this is his fault. He didn't create the system. He's just participating in it because that's what everyone does. These rationalizations help him sleep most nights. They help him get up in the morning and go back to the brick pits and do it all over again. They help him maintain the psychological distance necessary to hurt people without feeling like a monster. But deep down, in a place he doesn't examine too closely, Kenty knows the truth. He knows that what he does is wrong. He knows that the slaves are human beings who are suffering. He knows that he's complicit in their oppression. He just doesn't know what to do about it, and he's too afraid of the consequences to try to find out. This is the banality of evil. This is how ordinary people become instruments of extraordinary cruelty. Kenty isn't a sadist or a psychopath. He's a normal man with a family he loves, a man who probably thinks of himself as decent and moral. But he's been shaped by a system that tells him slavery is acceptable, that Hebrews are inferior, that violence is a legitimate tool of management. And he's chosen, again and again, to accept what the system tells him, rather than to question it. He's chosen comfort over conscience. He's chosen conformity over courage. And in making those choices, he's become one of the many people whose daily actions sustain oppression. When the plagues eventually come, when Egypt is devastated by supernatural disasters, Kenty won't understand why this is happening to his country. He won't make the connection between Egypt's suffering and the suffering Egypt has inflicted on others. He won't see that the judgment falling on Egypt is a direct consequence of Egyptian cruelty. He'll just see himself as a victim of forces beyond his control, and he'll never fully comprehend that he wasn't just a victim, he was also a perpetrator. He was one of the links in the chain of oppression, and without people like him, people willing to do the dirty work of tyranny, the system couldn't function. This is Kenty's life. This is how he justifies what he does. This is how he sleeps at night. And when you understand people like him, when you see how easy it is to become complicit in evil when it's normalized by society, you start to understand how oppression persists across generations. It's not maintained by monsters. It's maintained by ordinary people who are just doing their jobs. Let's go back to a specific night, a night that seemed like so many others in the Hebrew quarter, but that would turn out to be one of the most significant nights in human history. It's a night sometime after Pharaoh's decree has been issued, after the midwives have defied him, after the order has been expanded to include all Egyptians. It's a night when genocide is the law of the land, when every Hebrew baby boy is marked for death. And on this night, in a small dwelling in Goshen, a woman named Jochebed is about to give birth to her third child. Jochebed is perhaps 35 years old, though age is harder to track when your life is measured by hard labor rather than calendars. She already has 2 children. Her daughter Miriam is about 12, old enough to be helpful, old enough to understand the danger the family is in. Her son Aaron is 3, a bright, talkative boy who doesn't fully comprehend why his mother has been so anxious these past months. Jochebed's husband Amram is a Levite, a member of the priestly clan, though that designation means little now under Egyptian slavery. Priests and laborers alike make bricks. Status within the Hebrew community doesn't protect you from Pharaoh's decrees. For the past 9 months, Jochebed has been carrying this baby with a sense of dread. Every kick, every movement inside her womb has been a reminder that she might be carrying a son, and if she is, he's doomed. She's watched other mothers lose their boys. She's heard the screams when Egyptian soldiers have ripped babies from their mothers' arms. She's seen the Nile run with innocent blood, and she's prayed, desperately and constantly, for God to intervene somehow, to protect this child, to not let her go through the horror of watching her son be murdered. The labor starts in the late afternoon, those first unmistakable contractions that tell a woman her time has come. Jochebed tries to remain calm, tries not to show her fear, but Miriam can see it in her mother's eyes. Miriam has been preparing for this moment, has been told what to do when the time came. She runs to fetch the midwife, probably one of the brave women who has been defying Pharaoh's orders, and then she helps her mother prepare the dwelling for the birth. They hang cloth over the small window opening to muffle sound. They send Aaron to stay with neighbors so he won't be in the way. They light a small oil lamp that gives barely enough light to see by. Amram comes home from the brick pits to find his wife in labor. The fear on his face mirrors Jochebed's. They both know what this night might bring. If it's a girl, they'll have a daughter to love and raise, though even that comes with its own fears in a world where female slaves face particular dangers. But if it's a boy, they'll have a son they're not allowed to keep, a child they'll have to hide or surrender or watch die. Amram wants to stay with his wife, wants to be there for the birth, but birth is women's work in this culture. So he waits outside with the other men, pacing, praying, dreading what the night will reveal. The midwife arrives as the sun is setting. She brings her supplies, simple tools, and herbs that have been used by Hebrew midwives for generations. She examines Jochebed and confirms what Jochebed already knows. The baby is coming, and it's coming tonight. Labor is progressing normally, which is both good and terrifying. Good because complications in childbirth can kill both mother and child. Terrifying because a normal birth means the baby will almost certainly survive, and if it's a boy, survival means danger. As night falls, the contractions intensify. Jochebed labors in near silence, biting down on a cloth to muffle her cries. This isn't just about managing pain, it's about stealth. The dwelling is not soundproof. Neighbors live on all sides, and not all of them can be trusted. Some Hebrews, desperate to curry favor with the Egyptians or simply broken by years of oppression, have been known to inform on other Hebrews. If someone hears a birth happening and reports it, Egyptian soldiers could arrive at any moment. So Jochebed suffers in silence, her body racked with pain that she's not allowed to fully express. Miriam stays by her mother's side, holding her hand, wiping sweat from her forehead, whispering encouragement. This young girl is watching her mother go through something she'll experience herself someday, learning the ancient knowledge of how women bring life into the world. But she's also terrified. She's old enough to understand what's at stake. She's old enough to know that by morning, her family might be grieving or hiding or both. She holds her mother's hand and prays silently. Prayers she's learned from her father. Prayers to the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, who seems so distant right now. The midwife works with practiced efficiency. She knows how to position a laboring woman to help the baby descend. She knows how to check the baby's position, how to tell if the birth is progressing normally or if complications are developing. She knows which herbs can help ease pain or speed labor. But tonight, her knowledge feels inadequate. She can deliver a baby safely, but she can't protect it from Pharaoh's decree. All her skill, all her experience, can bring this child into the world. But she can't guarantee the child will be allowed to stay in it. The hours pass slowly. Midnight comes and goes. Jochebed's labor intensifies, transitions into the final stage where the urge to push becomes overwhelming. The midwife positions herself to receive the baby, her hands ready. Miriam holds her mother's hand tighter. Outside, Amram has been joined by other men from the community, friends who are keeping vigil with him, supporting him through this night of uncertainty. They stand in the darkness, speaking in low voices or not speaking at all, just being present for each other because that's all they can do. And then, in the deepest part of the night, when the world is darkest and quietest, the baby comes. One final push, and the midwife's hands receive a slippery, squirming new life. She works quickly, clearing the baby's mouth and nose, and then comes the sound they've been waiting for and dreading. The baby's first cry, that high-pitched wail that announces a new person has entered the world. It's a sound of triumph and terror. The baby is alive, the baby is healthy, and the baby is a boy. The midwife wraps the baby quickly in soft cloth, trying to muffle his cries. She places him on Jochebed's chest, and for a moment there is only joy. Jochebed looks down at her son, this tiny, perfect person she's just brought into the world, and she feels overwhelming love. He has a full head of dark hair. His eyes, which will eventually turn brown, are dark blue now as all newborns' eyes are. His tiny hands wave in the air, grasping at nothing. He's beautiful. He's hers. And he's condemned to death by Pharaoh's decree. Miriam looks at her baby brother with wonder. She's never seen anything so small, so helpless, so perfect. She reaches out tentatively and touches his tiny hand, and his fingers close around hers reflexively. The grip is surprisingly strong for something so small. She falls in love with him in that instant, this little brother she's going to have to help protect. She doesn't know yet what that protection will require of her. She just knows that she'd do whatever it takes. The midwife cuts the umbilical cord, separating mother and child for the first time in 9 months. She washes the baby with water from a clay jar, cleaning away the blood and fluid of birth. She rubs him with salt, a traditional practice believed to strengthen the skin. She wraps him tightly in strips of cloth, swaddling him the way Hebrew babies have been swaddled for generations. And all the while, she's whispering prayers. Prayers of thanksgiving for a safe delivery. Prayers of protection for this vulnerable new life. Prayers that somehow, impossibly, this boy will survive the genocide that's been decreed against him. Outside, Amram hears the baby's cry and knows he has a son. His third child, his second son. Joy and terror war within him. He wants to rush inside and see the baby, but he forces himself to wait until the midwife comes out and tells him it's appropriate. When she finally does emerge and nods to him, he enters the dwelling with shaking hands. And there, by the light of a small oil lamp, he sees his wife holding their newborn son. Amram takes the baby carefully, this tiny person who weighs almost nothing, and looks into his face. This is his son, his flesh and blood, a child he helped create, a child who carries his lineage, a child who should grow up to be a man and have children of his own, and carry on the family line. But this child is also a target. From the moment of his birth, he's been marked for death by the most powerful man in Egypt. Amram feels rage at the injustice of it, helplessness at his inability to protect his son, and determination to do whatever it takes to keep this baby alive. They name him. The name they choose isn't recorded in Scripture, probably because Moses will later be given an Egyptian name by Pharaoh's daughter, and that's the name history will remember. But on this night, his Hebrew parents give him a Hebrew name, claiming him as part of their people, their heritage, their faith. The naming is done quietly, just immediate family present, no celebration, because celebration would draw attention. But it's done with ceremony nonetheless. This child is named. He exists. He matters. He's part of the covenant community. And whatever happens, he's been received as a son of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. The family tries to rest, but sleep is difficult. The baby needs to nurse, and Jochebed guides him to her breast, feeling that deep biological satisfaction as he latches on and begins to feed. This is what her body was designed for, this nourishing of new life. But even this beautiful moment is shadowed by fear. How long can she feed him before his cries attract the wrong attention? How long can they hide him before someone discovers them? Days? Weeks? Months? Surely not years. As dawn approaches, they begin to make plans. The baby must be kept inside during the day. The windows must remain covered. Anyone who visits must be sworn to secrecy. If the baby cries, someone must be ready to muffle the sound immediately. They'll take shifts watching him, making sure he's never making noise when an Egyptian might be passing by. Miriam volunteers to help, to stay home from whatever small tasks she usually does to help care for her baby brother. She's old enough to be useful, old enough to be trusted with this huge responsibility. The morning comes and Amram must leave for the brick pits. He doesn't want to go. He wants to stay home and protect his family, guard his son, be ready to defend them if Egyptian soldiers come. But if he doesn't go to work, he'll be marked as absent, and that will bring attention to his household. So he kisses his wife, touches his son's tiny head gently, and leaves. It's one of the hardest things he's ever done, walking away from his newborn son, knowing he might never see him alive again. And so begins the hiding. 3 months, the text says. For 3 months, Jochebed manages to keep her son concealed. 3 months of constantly muffling his cries. 3 months of never taking him outside into the sunlight. 3 months of living in terror that each day might be the day they're discovered. It's an impossible task that she somehow manages, but she knows it can't last forever. Babies grow. They get louder. They become more active. At some point, hiding him will become impossible. During those 3 months, something happens to Jochebed. Her fear transforms into something else, something like faith mixed with desperation. She can't keep hiding him, but she can't hand him over to be killed either. There must be a third option, something she hasn't thought of yet. She prays constantly, asking God to show her what to do. And slowly and possibly, a plan forms in her mind. It's insane. It goes against every maternal instinct she has. But it might, just might, be the only way to save her son's life. She decides to make a basket. Not just any basket, but one that will float, that will protect a baby from water. She weaves it from papyrus reeds, the same plant that grows abundantly along the Nile. She makes it tight and strong, a small boat really just big enough for an infant. And then she seals it with pitch, the same waterproofing material used on larger boats. She works on it in secret, in the hours when Amram is at work and the children are occupied. She doesn't tell anyone what she's planning, not yet. She just prepares. When the basket is finished, when her son is 3 months old and can no longer be safely hidden, Jochebed makes her decision. She's going to place her baby in the basket and set him in the Nile among the reeds. She knows where Pharaoh's daughter bathes, has heard the servants talking about the princess's daily routine. She's going to place her son where the princess will find him, and she's going to trust that a woman's heart, even an Egyptian woman's heart, even Pharaoh's daughter's heart, will soften at the sight of a helpless baby. It's a plan that borders on madness. She's placing her son directly into the danger she's been trying to protect him from. She's putting him in the very river where so many Hebrew boys have been thrown to drown. She's trusting an Egyptian, a member of the very family that decreed his death, to save him. But what else can she do? If she keeps him, he'll be discovered and killed. If she gives him up, he'll be killed. This insane plan is the only option that offers even a chance of survival. The morning comes when she knows she has to do it. She nurses her son one last time, memorizing the feel of him in her arms, the smell of his skin, the sound of his breathing. She tells Miriam the plan and instructs her daughter to follow at a distance, to watch what happens, to come back and report. Miriam, at 12 years old, is being asked to bear witness to either a miracle or a tragedy, and she accepts the responsibility with a maturity beyond her years. Jochebed places her son in the basket. He's awake, looking up at her with those dark eyes that are starting to change color. Does he know something is happening? Can he sense his mother's fear and grief? She whispers prayers over him, blessings, promises that even if she never sees him again, he's loved, he's precious, he matters. Then she closes the basket's lid, sealing him inside, and walks toward the Nile. The walk to the river is the longest of her life. Every step feels wrong. Every maternal instinct is screaming at her to turn back, to keep her baby, to protect him in her arms rather than send him away in a basket. But she forces herself to keep walking. She reaches the place where reeds grow thick along the riverbank, the place near where the princess bathes. And there, with shaking hands, she places the basket among the reeds. It floats, bobbing gently in the water, hidden by the tall plants, but close enough to shore that it won't drift away. Jochebed looks at the basket one last time. Her son is inside, alone, helpless, completely dependent on God's protection now. She wants to stay, wants to watch what happens, but she can't risk being seen. So she turns and walks away, tears streaming down her face, her arms empty, her heart breaking. She's just let go of her son. She's placed him in God's hands because she has no other options left. And now all she can do is wait and pray and hope that she hasn't just sent her baby to his death. Miriam hides nearby, watching. She sees the basket floating among the reeds. She sees her mother walk away, shoulders shaking with sobs. And then she waits, crouched in the vegetation, prepared to watch for as long as it takes. She doesn't know what will happen. She doesn't know if anyone will find the basket, or if a crocodile will find it first, or if it will simply drift away downstream. She just knows that her baby brother is in that basket, and someone needs to watch over him, and that someone is her. The waiting feels endless. The sun climbs higher. The heat intensifies. Miriam's legs cramp from staying in one position. But she doesn't move. She barely breathes. And then movement. Egyptian women approaching, servants preparing the bathing area. And in the middle of them, a young woman who must be the princess, Pharaoh's daughter, wearing fine linen and jewelry that catches the sunlight. The princess walks toward the water, and Miriam's heart pounds. Will she see the basket? Will she investigate if she does? Or will she ignore it and the baby inside will die of exposure before anyone else finds him? The suspense is unbearable. Miriam watches, helpless, as the princess enters the water and begins to bathe. And then the princess turns her head. She's seen something. She's pointing at the reeds. She's sending a servant to investigate. The servant retrieves the basket and brings it to the princess. Miriam holds her breath. This is the moment. The princess opens the basket, and the baby inside, disturbed by the movement and the sudden light, begins to cry. Miriam can hear his cries from where she's hiding, and she knows the princess can hear them too. The princess looks down at the crying baby, and her face changes, softens. Miriam sees something like pity or tenderness cross the princess's features. The princess speaks, and Miriam is close enough to hear. This is one of the Hebrew children, she says. She knows what the baby is. She knows what her father's decree says should happen. But she's holding the baby now, and he's crying, and he's helpless, and she's making a decision that goes against everything her father commanded. She says she wants to keep him. She says she'll raise him as her own son. She's choosing mercy over law, compassion over politics, her own conscience over her father's cruelty. Miriam sees her chance. She emerges from hiding and approaches the princess, bold despite her fear. She offers to find a Hebrew woman to nurse the baby, since the princess won't be able to nurse him herself. The princess agrees, and Miriam runs back to get her mother. And in a twist that could only be divine providence, Jochebed is hired to nurse her own son. She'll be paid to feed and care for the baby she gave birth to. She'll get to hold him, to love him, to watch him grow, at least for a few years, until he's weaned. The princess names the baby Moses, a name that sounds like the Hebrew word for drawn out, because she drew him out of the water. It's an Egyptian name, marking him as Egyptian, but it's also a name that will connect him forever to the moment of his salvation. He's Moses. He's the one who was drawn out of death and given life. He's the Hebrew boy who will grow up in Pharaoh's palace, educated as an Egyptian prince, prepared by God for a mission he doesn't know about yet. That night, Jochebed returns home with her son in her arms. The basket is gone, left with the princess. But the baby is here alive, safe for now, and she's allowed to keep him a little longer. Amram weeps when he sees his son again, weeps with relief and gratitude and wonder at what God has done. Miriam tells the story of what happened at the river, how the princess's heart was moved, how God orchestrated everything perfectly. They know this isn't permanent. In a few years, when the baby is weaned, he'll go to live in Pharaoh's palace. He'll be raised as an Egyptian, taught Egyptian wisdom, given Egyptian privileges. He'll grow up in the very household of the man who tried to kill him. But for now, he's safe. For now, he's home. And for now, that's enough. What Jochebed doesn't know, what none of them know, is that this baby in her arms will grow up to be the deliverer of her people, that he'll confront Pharaoh and demand freedom for the slaves, that he'll lead the Hebrews out of Egypt in an exodus that will be remembered forever, that his name will be spoken for thousands of years as the great liberator, the lawgiver, the prophet. She doesn't know any of that. She just knows she almost lost her son, and by some miracle she got him back. This is the night Moses was born, and the months that followed. This is the story of a mother's impossible choice, and a sister's faithful watching, and a princess's merciful heart, and God's providential orchestration of events. This is how deliverance began, not with armies or politics or power, but with a baby in a basket floating among the reeds, crying out for life and finding it against all odds. And so we've reached the end of our journey together tonight. You've walked a day in the sandals of a Hebrew slave in ancient Egypt. You've felt the heat on your skin and the hunger in your belly. You've experienced the exhaustion that seeps into your bones and the fear that never quite leaves. You've met the midwives who defied genocide with courage and cleverness. You've seen through the eyes of a taskmaster who convinced himself that cruelty was just part of the job. And you've witnessed the night when Moses was born, when a mother's desperate faith met divine providence in a basket among the reeds. These stories are not comfortable. They're heavy with suffering and injustice, and the kind of darkness that makes you want to look away, but they're also real. They happened to real people who felt real pain and real fear and real hope. The Hebrew slaves in Egypt were not characters in a story. They were human beings like you, with families they loved and dreams they held, and faith they clung to when everything else was taken away, and their suffering matters. Their resistance matters. Their survival matters. You've learned tonight that you probably wouldn't survive what they survived. Your body isn't conditioned for that kind of labor. Your mind isn't prepared for that level of trauma. Your life has been shaped by comforts and protections that they never knew. And that's okay. That's not a judgment on you. It's just recognition that the gap between our world and theirs is vast, and we should be grateful for the freedoms we have while never forgetting the price that others paid. The Hebrew slaves endured their suffering for 400 years, generation after generation born into bondage, living entire lives without ever knowing freedom. But their story doesn't end in Egypt. The baby in the basket grew up to become the man who would stand before Pharaoh and say, "Let my people go." The suffering of slavery became the backdrop for one of the most dramatic liberations in human history. The Exodus was coming, though the slaves living through the daily horror couldn't see it yet. Deliverance was being prepared even while the oppression continued. And maybe that's the real lesson here. That suffering, as terrible and unjust as it is not the end of the story. That people can endure the unendurable when they have faith that there's something beyond the present darkness. That resistance matters even when it seems futile. That small acts of courage, like midwives protecting babies or mothers hiding their sons or slaves helping each other survive another day, these acts ripple forward through time and change the course of history in ways we can't predict. Tonight you've gained new appreciation for things you probably took for granted before. Clean water, adequate food, comfortable sleep, freedom of movement, the ability to make choices about your own life. These aren't small things. These are enormous privileges that most of human history has lived without. The Hebrew slaves would have seen your life as an impossible paradise. Wealth beyond imagination, freedom beyond comprehension. So perhaps, as you drift off to sleep tonight, you can hold a moment of gratitude for the simple fact that you live in a time and place where slavery is not your reality. And perhaps you can also hold a moment of sorrow and solidarity for all those throughout history who have suffered under systems of oppression. The Hebrew slaves in Egypt were not the last people to be enslaved. Their suffering was not unique. Even now, in your modern world, there are people living in conditions that echo ancient Egypt. People trapped in slavery or trafficking or bonded labor or refugee camps or prisons. The struggle for human dignity and freedom is not over. It continues in different forms. And it still requires people of courage who will resist injustice and protect the vulnerable and refuse to become complicit in cruelty. The story of the Hebrew slaves reminds us that ordinary people can survive extraordinary suffering, that mothers can make impossible choices to protect their children, that midwives can defy kings when conscience demands it, that even those who perpetrate oppression are human beings shaped by systems larger than themselves, that babies born under death sentences can grow up to be deliverers, that God sees suffering even when deliverance seems impossibly distant. That faith is sometimes all we have, and sometimes that's enough. May you rest well tonight in the safety and comfort of your own bed. May your dreams be peaceful and your sleep be deep. May you wake tomorrow with new eyes to see the blessings in your life and new compassion for those who suffer. May you remember the Hebrew slaves not with pity, but with respect for their resilience and their faith. And may you carry forward into your own life the lessons of their resistance, their courage, and their refusal to let cruelty extinguish hope. The story doesn't end here, of course. The Exodus is coming. The plagues will fall on Egypt. The sea will part. The slaves will walk out into freedom. But that's a story for another night. Tonight, we honor those who suffered and survived. Tonight, we remember that you wouldn't last a day in their sandals, and that recognition should fill us with humility and gratitude. Thank you for spending this time exploring these ancient truths. Thank you for opening your heart to the suffering of people who lived thousands of years ago, but whose experiences still speak to us today. Thank you for allowing yourself to imagine, to feel, to learn, and to grow through these stories. I hope this journey has given you something valuable, some new understanding or appreciation or perspective that you'll carry with you. Now, let these stories fade gently from your conscious mind. Let your body relax completely into whatever surface supports you. Feel the softness beneath you, the warmth of your blanket, the gentle rise and fall of your breath. You are safe. You are comfortable. You are free. And with that freedom comes responsibility. But tonight, let that responsibility rest. Tonight, just breathe and rest and sleep. Your breath is your anchor now. In and out, slow and steady, each breath carrying you deeper into rest. The Hebrew slaves are sleeping too, in your imagination, having survived another day, holding on to hope for a tomorrow that might be different. And you are sleeping, safe in your own time, grateful for the distance between their world and yours, humbled by their strength, inspired by their faith. Let sleep come naturally now. Don't fight it. Don't hold on to consciousness. Just drift. The ancient stories will be there when you wake. The lessons will remain. But right now there is only breath and darkness and the slow descent into sleep. Rest now, dream peacefully, and when you wake, may you see your world with new eyes and a grateful heart. Good night.